reminders to the members about the conduct of this remote meeting. First, members should keep their video feed on as long as they are present in the meeting, and members are responsible for their own microphones. Please also keep your microphones muted until you are speaking. And finally, if members have documents they wish to submit for the record, please email them to the committee clerk, whose email address was circulated prior to the meeting. Pursuant to notice, the committee meets to consider the following measures. Committee print to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2002 of the Concurrent Resolution on the budget of Fiscal Year 2022, the Senate Concurrent Resolution 14. Good morning and welcome to today's instructions we received from the Budget Committee. Before I get into my opening statement, I do want to recognize our newest member of the committee, Mr. Jake Elsey. Welcome, Mr. Elsey. I always want to give an extra welcome to any member from my home state of Texas, and this one has happened to have a district that is adjacent to mine in several different points. So I'm sure that Ranking Member Lucas will have a more complete introduction in his opening statement, and I don't want to steal his thunder, but I sincerely hope you enjoy your time on our committee. And now turn back to the matter at hand with my opening statement. I think all of you know that I feel strongly that the work we do here in Science, Space, and Technology Committee is vital to ensuring our country has a bright future. Investments in research and development now will pay untold dividends for the future health and prosperity of our country. That's why I was very pleased that our committee received instructions from the Budget Committee to invest $45.51 billion in the programs we oversee. If you serve on this committee, you know that U.S. research investment has been declining relative to our competitors like China. We have tried to address that issue in the print before us today by funding billions of dollars of our new research across nearly the entire portfolio of our committee. If you serve on this committee, you have heard firsthand about the critical research infrastructure needs of all of our agencies. The print before us today makes significant investments in our nation's research infrastructure to ensure that the students and scientists of America can conduct their work in cutting-edge facilities instead of dilapidated old buildings. And if you serve on this committee, then you know about the tremendous threats posed by climate change and the vital need for investments in climate change research and mitigation. We meet that challenge with billions of dollars of new investments in climate and weather research and mitigation activities. I strongly believe that the investments made in the print before us today will lead to a new golden era of American research and development and help ensure our nation's competitiveness for decades to come. I do want to take a moment to mention the process by which we arrived at today. The budget reconciliation process is inherently partisan and complicated. I do not expect my Republican colleagues to be happy about this process. Quite frankly, I'm not especially happy with all of the aspects of this process myself. But my goal for our committee's contribution to the overall reconciliation effort is to meet our responsibilities as respectfully and fairly as possible. As we crafted the next text before us today, we did not stray from the values that have guided the other committee work we have done in this process. We have worked hard to ensure that much of what is funded in the print aligns closely with the priorities this committee has focused on in a bipartisan manner this Congress. Finally, we also have a number of amendments to consider today, and I look forward to their consideration. In closing, I want to thank members of the committee for their work and contributions to this bill and to all of our work this Congress. And I hope that we can work together to complete today's markup as expeditiously and thoughtfully. I now recognize our ranking member to present his opening statement.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. And before I begin my remarks, I too would like to welcome our newest committee member, Jake Elsey. I would be remiss as an Oklahoman if I didn't note he comes from our neighboring state to the south. And I would also observe my late maternal grandfather, who was born on a cotton farm outside of Corsicana, Texas, used to refer to it as the Republic of Texas, Jake. So if I use that phraseology, understand that's a positive, affectionate note, even though some of your fellow Texans may roll their eyes, nonetheless. And with Jake on board, he brings an impressive amount of experience in the military, business, commercial aviation, and I'm looking forward to working with him. And I think, Jake, you will enjoy the Science Committee. It is, if there's anything left that is such a thing as a fun committee, Science, Space, and Technology is that committee. Now, that said, again, thank you, Chairwoman Johnson. And I won't deny, I am disappointed that we're here today for today's markup because of what I fear is poor, politically driven decisions by Democratic leadership, forcing through a $3.5 trillion partisan reconciliation spending package is nothing short of reckless and irresponsible. This exercise isn't about making smart policy decisions to better serve the American people. It's about using gimmicks to dramatically increase the size and scope of the federal government, using only the slimmest of possible voting margins. To create a false sense of urgency, the Democratic leadership is pressing for quick action on this. Why do that when we have real deadlines facing us and a congressional responsibility to act? Government funding expires in 3 weeks, and without an agreement, we could be facing a government shutdown. We're also in danger of breaching our debt ceiling and defaulting on our legal obligations. Meanwhile, $1 trillion in COVID relief funds is sitting unspent, and Americans are paying for Washington's actions with higher prices at the gas pump, at the grocery store, and just about everywhere else. Energy costs alone have increased by 24% since last summer. As inflation rises, Americans have to stretch every dollar further and further. But instead of addressing this very real problem, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Senator Sanders are just pushing for more government spending. The Sanders budget plan directs the Science Committee to spend $45.5 billion in the committee's jurisdiction. There are some priorities in this bill I support, priorities which we have worked together on over the past few years. But this isn't the right way to fund those priorities. These aren't thoughtful investments designed to significantly improve American research and development. We're throwing money at agencies with almost no direction on how it is to be spent. We're advocating our responsibilities as legislators and handing over our decisions to unelected bureaucrats. And this isn't free money. It comes with a cost that our children and grandchildren will have to pay. We're borrowing from their future and making it harder for them to invest in the challenges they'll face. Worse, we're doing so recklessly. What happens in 5 years when the massive infusion of cash dries up? It creates a funding cliff that prevents us from making sustainable and strategic investments. That doesn't just impact our research itself when we hit the funding cliff, but scientists and researchers will find themselves out of work, further damaging our STEM pipeline. Aside from the reckless nature of the spending, I have some significant concerns with the way the money is allocated within this legislation. At a time when energy costs are skyrocketing, it's troubling that this bill rejects an all-of-the-above approach to energy research and instead focuses almost entirely on renewables. Families are paying more to heat and cool their homes, and businesses are paying more to manufacture and distribute their goods. That makes it very difficult for the United States to stay globally competitive. Why then does this bill ignore research into affordable, clean, and reliable fuel sources like natural gas and nuclear energy? We'll not be able to address climate change unless we take a comprehensive approach to developing new energy technologies, and anything short of that is just political virtue signaling. I'm also concerned that within these tens of billions of dollars, no money was allocated for bipartisan committee priorities like human space exploration and restarting the research halted by COVID. It's a sign of how disordered this bill is. I'm especially disappointed because I believe this bill undercuts the important work we've done to develop legislation to improve American research and development. We've passed 3 overwhelmingly bipartisan bills: the National Science Foundation for the Future Act, the DOE Science for the Future Act, and the NEST for the Future Act, which invest a total of $135 billion over 5 years across our most critical federal research agencies. I'm proud of our work on those bills, and I appreciate all that Chairwoman Johnson and my friends across the aisle did to develop them. That's why it's so troubling that this reconciliation package undermines our bipartisan efforts. Provisions in this package will make it harder to negotiate the House competitiveness package with the Senate. We'll throw away our deliberative, strategic approach in favor of this one-time spending spree. The legislation before us today isn't about funding science. If it were, we would be doing so through smart policies. This is about spending for the sake of spending. It's bad policy, and while I hope we can pass some amendments to improve it, I'm opposed to passing it through this committee. And I would conclude with 2 final thoughts. Number 1, my affection for the chairman of this committee and my respect for her legislative skills will only be increased as we continue to work through the coming days. But once the committee does what it has to do today, I hope we can get back to our record of doing the things that we need to do as a committee. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back, and I look forward to the discussion for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. I appreciate your remarks. We will now consider the committee print, and the clerk will report that print.
Committee print, providing for reconciliation pursuant to S-Con Res 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2022.
Without objection, the print is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Does anyone wish to be recognized to speak on the underlying legislation?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
One moment. I was trying to see if anyone wanted to do a general statement.
My apologies.
Ms. Lofgren.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you very much. I would like to strike the last word and make just a few comments. As the chair has mentioned, this is not a process that anyone has loved, but we have worked through it as best we can to try and make important investments. And I would just like to note something that has been has not received the acclaim that I think it should, and that is the groundbreaking experiment a few weeks ago at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, the National Ignition Facility. They made a significant step towards ignition. By some definitions, they achieved ignition. And I remember years ago asking the director how they would know when they achieved ignition, because of course they've got all the diagnostics and the like. And he said, well, you'll know when the physicists start doing backflips, and the physicists started doing backflips 3 weeks ago. Now, I want to say NIF is not within the jurisdiction of this committee. We're well aware of that. It's not within our jurisdiction. However, a lot of fusion science is. And I just think it's very important that we have taken the steps we have in this bill to provide important investments in inertial fusion R&D, equipping the Department of Energy Office of Sciences with resources to leverage NNSA's existing facilities and capabilities for energy applications, and to invest in, as part of the comprehensive R&D program, the milestone-based fusion development program that will explore public-private partnerships. You know, we are all mindful that we are in a moment of time where climate change is a threat to our constituents and to our country. There are a variety of things that we will need to do to address that. But the idea that we are now finally on the precipice of fusion energy is something that is enormously important. The scientists at the NIF who have worked these many years deserve our congratulations and thanks. And I think our committee making these investments on the areas within our jurisdiction for fusion energy will complement that. And there's really nothing in this bill that in the end is going to be more important than that. And I just wanted to highlight that, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for your courtesy and those of your staff, your hard work, and the effort we've put in to make this a good step forward for science. And with that, I would yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Chairwoman Johnson. I'd like to strike the last word and thank you for holding this markup on the committee's provisions of the Build Back Better Act, which I enthusiastically support. And although I join your concerns about some of the process underlying these investments will be good for our communities, good for our economy, and good for our planet. As many on this committee appreciate, the national imperative to research, adapt to, and mitigate climate change is more important than ever. 2021 has been a record-breaking year for fires, for droughts, heat waves, and other natural disasters. The Pacific Northwest in particular has suffered from uncharacteristically hot temperatures that have caused hundreds of deaths, as well as devastating and ongoing fire season that threaten many more. And this year, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change found for the first time that humans are undeniably causing and exacerbating climate change and fueling the rise in natural disasters. Today, this committee has the opportunity to contribute to the solution. The bill under consideration provides critical funding that will strengthen and expand our nation's research and development infrastructure, equipping it to meet the scale and scope of the climate crisis. The bill will bolster the EPA's ability to conduct climate change research and upgrade its data collection systems, provide NOAA with more than $1 billion to foster ocean climate research to investigate the harmful algal blooms, hypoxia, and ocean acidification that wreak havoc on our waterways and communities and coastlines, and commit more than $1 billion for clean energy demonstration projects to help overcome the commercialization valley of death that too often plagues new cutting-edge technologies. So I want to thank Chairwoman Johnson for her leadership in offering this critical climate solutions-focused bill. I also want to note that there's funding in there for the Weather Forecast Research and Innovation Act, which I passed many years ago with Mr. Lucas. So that's an important piece as well. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I look forward to the important discussion ahead, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cheryl.
I move to strike the last word.
Recognize.
I want to thank the chairwoman for her leadership on this critical bill and really thank the committee staff for their hard work bringing this together. As we look to ensure the much needed investments in our nation's future, this committee has taken a strong stand on taking fiscally sound decisions to put taxpayer dollars to work in a number of areas that will provide long-term cost savings because they focus on proper planning and strengthening resiliency rather than promoting unpredictable spending in response to future unforeseen crises. In this regard, I want to take a moment to draw attention to the serious storm damage currently being endured by the people of New Jersey and elsewhere affected by Hurricane Ida and other recent weather disasters. The extent of the damage has truly devastated some communities in my district, with widespread flooding and infrastructure damage that preliminarily estimates indicate could reach into the hundreds of millions of dollars. Years of underfunding in weather forecasting and data collection have contributed to a dangerous situation wherein our fellow citizens have been underinformed or even misinformed about storm trajectory or intensity. Nearly all of the warnings related to Hurricane Ida in the weeks and days leading to landfall were focused on Louisiana and the Gulf Coast. However, of the 66 direct deaths attributed to Ida, over 40% of them, 27 total, occurred here in New Jersey. This tragic loss of life can be partly attributed to the fact that most warnings were only issued hours in advance of the approaching storm, without allowing adequate time for our residents to prepare. Whether in New Jersey or New York, Louisiana or Florida, or in the numerous interior states, which also have seen a dramatic increase in severe weather events and flooding in recent years, the long-term costs, both economic and human toll, must be considered when making choices about how to effectively invest our resources to preserve lives and property from storm damage. Accurate and timely prediction is the key to this. 7 of the 10 most costly Atlantic hurricanes have occurred in the past decade, and 6 of those within just the last 5 years. This trend, unfortunately, will likely continue. The flooding and damage caused to infrastructure and homes requires significant and immediate investments to rebuild, but also serve as a dramatic warning that we need to provide funding for climate resiliency and advanced forecast modeling at NOAA. We're left with a choice. Either we make the smart investments now through this bill, or we continue into the future unprepared and pay higher costs later. In many ways, this bill is the fiscal equivalent of preventative care, and we need it now. But flooding isn't the only impact that climate crisis has caused. This is true when you look at the research on harmful algal blooms. In my district, Lake Hopatcong has been disastrously affected by harmful algal blooms, or HABs, of increasing frequency, duration, and severity for years as a result of climate change. In the summer of 2019, HABs levels triggered the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection to issue an advisory against activities in Lake Hopatcong. The months-long closure had recreational but also serious economic implications for the local business community. This budget invests in preventing and mitigating the effects of these blooms, which harm New Jersey communities, and I'm sure are of great concern to the communities of my colleagues serving on this committee. Likewise, toxic contaminants such as PFAS and other harmful compounds threaten the health of communities in my district and across the country. In particular, I know that Hopatcong has been plagued by PFAS in their water supply. It's critical we invest in containing and preventing the release of these compounds into the environment. One area where we know PFAS represents a real concern is the historic use of PFAS in foams and other firefighting materials. This bill funds programs for local fire departments to help cover the cost of replacing potentially hazardous equipment with PFAS-free materials. This and other critical investments in protecting our nation's firefighters will prevent exposure to toxic substances, which incur serious costs later in life. This week being the 20th anniversary of September 11th, I'm reminded of the significant health problems faced by our first responders in New Jersey and New York who were exposed to toxic substances. We learned from that event that when we identify opportunities to invest in first responder safety and the safety of the communities they serve, and fund the preservation of life and property from disasters or the unintended effects of using dangerous substances, we are also investing in the economy by preventing future federal outlays to cover costs of treatments and cleanup. These are forward-looking investments that represent a cost savings in the long term by paying for them today rather than kicking the can down the road and paying the increased costs tomorrow. I urge all my colleagues to support the sound fiscal measures called for in this bill that will ensure long-term budget stability. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, 2 days ago.
5 minutes. But
am I audible here?
You get to do whatever you want.
Okay.
Somebody else is not muted. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, 2 days ago, Senator Adlai Stevenson III of Illinois died at the age of 91. Adlai Stevenson was a friend and mentor to me who, among his many other qualities, cared deeply about science policy. In the Senate, he served as the chairman of the Commerce Subcommittee on Science, Technology, and Space, where, among his many accomplishments, he authored the legislation that created the U.S. Department of Energy, one of the major agencies in today's markup. In fact, in today's markup, the very first section of the bill that we will be considering will be to provide additional funding for provisions of the Stevenson-Weidler Act, which has provided the framework for technology transfer and regional technology hubs in the United States for decades. So it's appropriate today that we are finally acting to get it more fully funded. The Stevenson-Weidler Act is named for Senator Adlai Stevenson, the progressive senator from Illinois, and Representative John Weidler, at the time the lead Republican in the House Science Committee. Now, I did not know him, but he was by reputation a conservative Eisenhower Republican, who was, I guess, conservative back then. And so I imagine those two gentlemen did not agree on everything, but it is clear that they agreed on the importance of government investments in science and the economic development that comes with it. Now, today's markup will be purely budgetary, and the truth is that in today's Congress, budgetary proceedings have become highly partisan. So I anticipate many party line votes today, but I want to thank Chairwoman Johnson and Ranking Member Lucas for carrying on the bipartisan pro-science spirit of Adlai Stevenson III and John Weidler in the ongoing business of this committee. And it's my hope that when the partisan smoke from today's budgetary markup clears, that we will have done our part to put the science enterprise of our country on more sound economic footing, and we will then resume the dedicated bipartisan business of guiding science policy in our country, something that was such a significant part of the life's work of my friend and mentor, Senator Adlai Stevenson. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ross.
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much for holding this markup and for your leadership and your demeanor. You have been just a beacon for scientific research and advancement and for bipartisanship. And as a freshman, I just want to thank you for how this committee is conducted, and I brag about it all the time in the Research Triangle area. The bill we're discussing today will make significant investments in resources important to our future and to our children's future. I want to associate myself with the comments made by Congresswoman Lofgren about fusion energy, which is so exciting and is funded in this, research on it is funded in this bill. I also want to highlight the investment in the National Institute of Standards and Technology for resources for our federal and non-federal stakeholders tasked with managing software cybersecurity risks, which we know are on the rise. And finally, I want to highlight the immense investment in the National Science Foundation. This will help our land-grant universities like NC State University in my district, our HBCUs in particular, be able to fund the research and the students and scientists of the future. This investment is critical. It's critical for our research institutions. It's critical for science, technology, and math. It's critical for the STEM pipeline, and it is such an important investment. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks to you and the ranking member for having this markup today. Just a couple things. I'm very happy about the investments that are being made in our science community. I think these are going to bear fruits for decades and decades to come. And I specifically want to highlight, even though I agree with Mr. Lucas, I would have loved to have seen investment in human space flight, and so that we can get our astronauts to Mars by 2033. And I will continue to persist in that venture. I am very happy to see the amount of money that we are going to invest in NASA, especially its basic infrastructure, which based on hearings we've had has been lacking for some time. So I'm very happy about that. The investments in both infrastructure and research that we're making in our national labs is going to be something that will benefit us for a very long time to come. I'm looking out at the National Renewable Energy Lab even as we speak, and that's going to be something that this investment that we make, again, will pay dividends to Americans and to the world for a very long time to come. Lastly, there was a discussion about climate change and the environment. I look out to the north from my office here in Lakewood, Colorado, and ordinarily I can see almost to Wyoming from here. But because of the smoke from the wildfires in California, 1,000 miles away, barely can see about 5 miles. And so whether it's hurricanes that are affecting the east, the drought that's affecting the west, the deep freeze that Texas saw last winter, these extreme weather events have to be dealt with. And the best way we're going to deal with that is through science. And with that, I yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much. I see no other requests for time, or are there others? Hearing none, we will now proceed with the amendments in the order that's on the roster. The first amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by myself. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 1, amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print offered by Ms. Johnson.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading without objection, so ordered. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment. The primary change to the underlying print is to the funding obligation periods for certain programs in the print. I'll explain this briefly. For some items funded in this bill, it is our desire that the funding be obligated in a timely manner. And the nature of the item is such that this is possible to complete in a 5-year time frame. For example, we have funding in this bill for the recapitalization of the Hurricane Hunter fleet. We want this to happen quickly. And procurements of these planes and instruments can be easily arranged in the time allotted. However, we also want to fund items like additional oversight of agency programs through the Inspector General. Unlike plane acquisitions, the Inspectors General funding largely is dedicated to personnel. For these items, we wanted to stretch the funding out over a longer obligation period so that the work of the Inspectors General in overseeing the other funding in this bill could extend over the next decade. Is there further discussion on this amendment? If there's no addition, sorry.
Mr. McNerney has his hand raised.
Mr. McNerney is recognized.
I thank the chair, and I thank you for your leadership on the nation's scientific endeavors. Our nation's infrastructure, our research infrastructure, has put our country at the leading edge of innovation and has helped lay the groundwork for informed science-based decision-making. Government-funded research and development has helped deliver advances in reliable and secure electricity, data collection, and forecasting that improve the life for every American. For instance, our national labs and research facilities are critical infrastructure for early stage research and development and deployment that private entities often find too risky to invest in. Despite their record of success, these facilities require additional funding to remain modern and operational. The legislation strengthened by this aims makes a major down payment on those upgrades. On top of that, the Department of Energy and other federal agencies are important backers of high-risk, long-term transformational research, such as advanced nuclear energy and fusion energy, which my colleague and friend Ms. Logpin pointed out earlier, has seen a dramatic achievements in the past months. I'm very excited about the potential that will be unlocked with additional resources. This legislation we are considering today makes those investments into various projects at facilities across the country that will build on that research. I'm also pleased that the legislation addressed by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which collects critical information on droughts, wildfires, extreme heat, and other extreme weather events that impact communities across the country. My own state has experienced an unprecedented drought, and decision makers rely on data from the U.S. Drought Monitor and other NOAA programs to understand the severity of the crisis we're facing. The data is also critical for making informed decisions in natural resource planning and emergency preparedness that literally saves lives. This legislation invests in these programs to improve our understanding of and response to weather and atmospheric conditions in the face of growing climate change. Climate change has intensified the strain on many of our critical systems and has increased the importance of advanced, innovative solutions that can withstand the coming conditions. The legislation devotes additional resources to those programs that are already effective and are driving significant advances in our nation's science and technology. Additionally, I'm pleased that the legislation provides additional resources for NIST for research and standards work in areas including artificial intelligence. It's critical that our nation leads globally in AI standards and developments, which is something that I frequently raise as co-chair of the House AI Caucus. These additional resources will be important for achieving that goal. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I thank the chair and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sherrill has requested time.
I move to strike the last word.
To recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Again, I'm so proud of the work of this committee in producing a bill that is a smart, fiscally sound bill and controls long-term spending. I want to emphasize my support of this amendment. One area where we can see really intelligent financial choices are with investments in renewable and clean energy sources. This budget develops strong domestic alternatives to fossil fuels by funding cutting-edge research in energy production, long-term storage, and transmission. Investing in the future of wind power generation is especially important to New Jersey. We have the largest offshore wind investment in the nation, and we have the most favorable offshore wind conditions in the country. This budget also makes tangible investments in reducing our climate impact by dedicating resources to developing new technologies and scaling up proven renewable alternatives like wind and solar. Modernizing America's nuclear power infrastructure is a critical investment in reducing our reliance on fossil fuels. This budget will provide resources to develop next-generation nuclear reactors with an emphasis on public safety, efficiency, and sustainability. Robust funding for advanced energetics research and fusion reactor technology will set America up for success as we work to meet the challenges of increasing power demands and a changing climate over the next century. It's estimated that over a quarter of the greenhouse gases emitted in the United States come from the transportation sector, and this budget's prioritization on clean vehicle technologies and sustainable aviation are important investments in American business and the American worker, where we have always been the world leaders in the transportation sector. There are some who will argue for increased reckless spending on fossil fuels for our energy production in our vehicles. They'll try to convince us that these are good fiscal decisions. The internal combustion engine was invented in the 18th century. The first coal-fired power station was built in the early 19th century. Investing in 200-plus-year-old technology for the needs of the 21st century and beyond is not smart budgetary practice. There are those that will argue that investing in a future where we produce our energy needs domestically by funding America where it leads the world in the science, technology, and research sector is too risky. That couldn't be further from the truth. What's too risky is pushing us to a position where we are competing for access and resources with China, the world's largest consumer of fossil fuels by a significant margin. This increases world demand, decreases world supply, and drives up costs for Americans here at home. That's economics 101. It's a short-sighted down payment on the kleptocrats ruling Russia, who use energy policy as a tool to subvert the international order. Rather than fund the America of the future that has the infrastructure and technical know-how to ensure economic independence from our adversaries, those who seek to undermine this budget want to base our energy spending on the historic Chinese model and empower a Russian ascendancy. Just as your financial advisor recommends you invest in your future by contributing to your IRA and your 401k to allow the compounding interest of those investments to provide a more comfortable future, this committee's budget is similarly providing for America's future. By dedicating funding to America's technological superiority and highly skilled workforce, this budget makes compounding investments in future growth opportunities and steps away from a model we've lived on far too long that increases our national debt and borrowing in order to respond to unplanned for costs of national disasters and international crises. This bill decreases the risk of future U.S. outlays being victim to regional instability within the world's petroleum and natural gas producers, and instead directs smart spending in areas where the U.S. already has demonstrated the capacity to lead. I again urge all my colleagues to support the Chairwoman's amendment and yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you very much. If there are no other additional comments, we will move to the next amendment and vote on the substitute later. The next amendment on the roster is the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Letourneau. He is recognized to offer his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I hope you'll forgive a freshman for being eager to offer the amendment earlier. I appreciate your indulgence. This amendment would ensure geographic...
The clerk will report the amendment.
Okay.
Amendment number 2, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Letourneau. Page 1, line 14, insert the following.
Without objection, we will dispense with further reading. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would ensure geographic distribution of regional innovation initiatives by requiring at least 1/3 of grants or cooperative agreements for regional innovation to be awarded to states that receive EPSCoR funding from the National Science Foundation or rural or underserved communities. Similar provisions are included in H.R. 4588, the Regional Innovation Act of 2021, a bipartisan piece of legislation that passed favorably out of this committee, and the Senate passed United States Innovation and Competition Act of 2021, S. 1260. EPSCoR supports 25 states and 3 jurisdictions that combined receive just a fraction of NSF funding. As an EPSCoR state, Kansas has received funding that allows institutions like the University of Kansas in my district to conduct research projects and engage communities across the state in scientific research. Further, this language would allow communities across the country outside of leading technology centers to have the opportunity to become leaders in regional innovation. These communities have unique resources from state and local governments, academia, and industry they can leverage to solve some of the 21st century's most challenging problems. The underlying title we are marking up today proposes $5 billion for the Department of Commerce's regional innovation initiatives, with no direction from Congress on how to spend it. But I hope we can all agree that increasing our nation's research and development capacity and competitiveness are good things. Driving innovation and exploring opportunities for growth in our communities is a good thing. This $3.5 trillion package is the wrong way to fund the government. But at the very least, we need to ensure that any proposed money is spent in a way that benefits all Americans. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment. This amendment is consistent with the intent of the bill to ensure geographic distribution of the Department of Commerce funding. I thank Mr. Letourneau for working with me to ensure that the underserved communities are also included in this amendment. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back. Are there other comments? If there's no further discussion, sorry.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Foster.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to say that I fully support the goals of the EPSCoR program, but I do not support this amendment until fundamental changes are made in the designation of EPSCoR jurisdictions. It has really three fatal flaws in the way EPSCoR states are currently designated. The first thing is that they're based on states, and they're not, so that, there is in the Senate the principle that all senators are created equal, and every senator thinks that their state should get the same amount. Large states or small states. That makes no sense. And it really disadvantages rural areas in Illinois who are, being punished because of the existence of fine research institutes that may be 5 hours away, a 5-hour drive away. And it is based on the total funding per state and not per capita in each state. That's just makes no sense anywhere but the U.S. Senate. And I think that we have to rethink that. Thirdly, the designation of EPSCoR states does not look holistically at all R&D funding, but they are designated based on NSF funding alone. So, for example, NASA has programs for EPSCoR states, and there is no rational reason why NASA funding should be spread out according to how much money is spent by the NSF. And so the designation of EPSCoR states, which is used in a variety of programs, and as a concept I fully support, is fundamentally flawed because it doesn't start by saying, let's look in a region, not a state, but some appropriate geographic region, for example, a congressional district or some group of nearby congressional districts with equal numbers of people, and then ask, does the total amount of federal R&D money really shortchange that region rather than using states? The sort of anomaly that we see. For example, if you look at one EPSCoR eligible institution, Brown University, a wonderful Ivy League school with a $4 billion endowment, is underserved. By the definition of EPSCoR, is underserved. Despite the fact they have within commuting distance, federal investments of many billions of dollars nearby in Massachusetts, Connecticut, you name it. And so that this is in no rational way an underserved institution. They certainly are not suffering economically in any way. And yet the designation of EPSCoR designates Brown University. It's a fine university. I have many friends and collaborators who work there, but it is not underserved. And so we have to step back and look at the definition of underserved here, solve the three fundamental problems with the EPSCoR system, and then allocate funding on that basis. And so regretfully, I am not going to be supporting this program and look forward to the results of a pending National Academy's look at the future of the EPSCoR program, and hope that they will look at more rational ways to designate truly underserved areas that don't generate these anomalies and these injustices. Well, thank you, and I yield back.
Madam Chairwoman.
Frank Lucas.
Mr. Lucas is recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I want to congratulate you and Congressman LaTurner for working together to come up with language that addresses several fundamental problems, whether it's the underserved communities, rural areas, trying to make sure that access to these resources are available all over the entire country, no matter the traditional nature of the institution, no matter the geographical, physical location. We may not agree on a lot of things today as a committee, but I will say, I think this is a great example of the leadership of the committee and a very interested member working together to try and address a real challenge. I don't deny that the implementation of the program cannot be improved ultimately, but that's also our responsibility to figure that out. So with that, I want to thank Congressman LaTurner and the chairwoman and urge passage of this amendment and yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion? The vote then occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
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 The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Our next amendment on the roster is an amendment by Mr. Weber. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 3, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Weber. Page 7, line 5.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading. Without objection, so ordered, and recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My amendment's pretty straightforward. It substantially increases funding for the versatile test reactor, which is we're talking about nuclear energy earlier, which is a critical piece of DOE R&D infrastructure that will allow U.S. nuclear researchers to validate and test a wide range of advanced reactor designs right here in the United States. As part of the extensive provisions passed last Congress and the Energy Act of 2020, we were able to authorize robust funding for the VTR. Quite frankly, it was a tremendous achievement I was proud to lead. But unfortunately, the appropriation bills and this very budget reconciliation bill do not, and I repeat, do not reach the bipartisan marks we worked so darn hard to authorize. The VTR is an immediate need, absolutely immediate, crucial need for the U.S. nuclear industry. The underlying bill before us today has an extensive focus on reducing our emissions through clean energy. What could be better? Well, I think some of my colleagues might have overlooked that there is no clean energy future without advanced nuclear, just that simple. And the growth of nuclear energy is the very best vehicle to accelerate us down that road of absolute emissions reduction. The versatile test reactor is the building block where we want to go. It can provide data necessary to develop new types of reactors that actually produce more nuclear energy with less waste, believe it or not. It will accelerate the testing of advanced nuclear fuels, materials, and components. But most importantly, it will solidify the United States leadership in advanced nuclear. Now, my colleagues, this is not hyperbole. This is the cold, hard truth. Right now, as a matter of fact, the only fast neutron test reactor resides in Russia. And in China, they have begun to load fuel into their Generation 4 reactor. We should all have grave concerns about the geopolitical as well as economic implications that would come from state-owned enterprises, which indeed could dominate the very global nuclear market. If there is one thing I implore my colleagues to rally around, it is our belief in Americans and their ingenuity. If we want to regain and sustain our global nuclear leadership role, we have to give our best, brightest minds the resources to keep up. In the nuclear space, the VTR, Versatile Test Reactor, is that resource, and that is what my amendment does. The Versatile Test Reactor deserves our full attention, our support, and funding to ensure it remains on budget and on schedule. Continuing this crazy roller coaster, and will they, won't they, when it comes to funding for this project each year will cause permanent harm to global nuclear safety. So I want to conclude by urging my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bonamich has requested time.
Thank you, Chairwoman Johnson. I move to strike the last word to oppose this amendment.
You recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with all due respect to my friend and colleague, Mr. Weber, this amendment would take funding away from other better informed high priorities across the government's research enterprise, including from clean energy demonstrations, EPA's climate R&D, and NOAA's climate adaptation and resilience activities. The Department of Energy has informed the committee that recent developments in advanced nuclear technologies are leading to changes in the project's scope, including its schedule and funding profile. So this uncertainty makes it difficult to predict accurate financial support needs for the project in the near term. Moreover, I'm concerned that this amendment would detract from the imperative investing in technologies that will help us most rapidly address the climate crisis. So upholding funding for clean energy research, including demonstration projects, is absolutely essential. Therefore, I must oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Caston has requested time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my friend, Mr. Weber. I also want to oppose the amendment for similar reasons as Ms. Bonamici. Number one, my understanding is that committee staff has advised us that per DOE, recent developments are changing the scope, including the schedule and funding profile of the Advanced Nuclear Program. And so it would be difficult for us to predict the exact amount of support and timing without factoring that in. But there's a more substantive issue here as well. Mr. Weber, you'd mentioned that there is no clean energy future without advanced nuclear. That may be true, it may not be true. The beauty of research is that we find out those things once these things come forward. But I would remind all of my colleagues that the United States does not do a very good job at turning energy into GDP. Switzerland generates 2.5 times as many dollars of GDP per BTU of primary energy use as the United States does. The UK, Germany have similar levels. That means that these countries that have access to the same technologies, the same talents, the same financial resources, if anything, not as much as we do, actually do a vastly better job at turning energy into wealth. And so if we take money away from things that are deploying technologies, like some of these programs that are being reduced here, if we take money away from things that are researching the impacts of climate change, if we take money away from those programs that are expressly providing resilience and adaptation to parts of the world that we know, parts of our country, that we know from the IPCC report are under dire risk of mass migration. We are taking things away from things that are certain. We are taking money away from things that we know will help avert the climate crisis or mitigate its effects, and putting it on something that is per DOE, needs a little bit more thought. So I appreciate the spirit. I love the push for advanced technology, but I oppose the idea of taking funding away from these other more critical programs, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Chair, I have some.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber is recognized.
Yeah, I'd like to say to my colleagues, I appreciate their comments, and I will say to Mr. Caston, you made the comment, we find out these things as they come forward, and you talked about energy producing wealth. And that's true. And we've seen a lot of that in the fossil fuel energy industry as it undergirds and sustains our economy, obviously, with the ability to build and make things. I often tell people the things that make America great are the things that America makes. How do we do that? With a stable, reliable, affordable energy supply. It's interesting you say that we find out these things as they come forward, because that's exactly what we need to do. And I don't want to discount the fact, Sean, don't forget that Russia is outstripping us on this. China is outstripping us on this. So let's not forget that there is a national energy nexus. A national security nexus here. It's extremely important that we don't let them get the upper hand. And I know that there's some uncertainty, but that's the way it is isn't it with almost all research. And so I would urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Any further requests for time?
Well, gentlemen, allow me just a quick response. I just want to make a quick clarification. Totally agree we create wealth by creating things. There is not a company in the United States that doesn't want to make things with as few inputs as possible. And those inputs include energy. And that was my point, that when we use less energy to make the same level of activity, we create more value. And in fact, that's what a lot of our trading partners have achieved. So I agree we need advanced energy. We also need to make sure that we use that energy as efficiently as possible, because business is going to find a way to do this anyway, and let's not hold it back. I yield back.
Any other member requesting time? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Madam Chair, Frank Lucas. Madam Chair, Frank Lucas. Thinking about Mr. Caston's observations and comments, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on this, and I'll try to minimize my request on recorded votes as we work our way through today.
Okay. Further proceedings on this amendment will be postponed. We'll probably roll them. Thank you very much. The next amendment up, Mr. Lucas. The next amendment on the roster is amendment offered by a ranking member, and he's recognized to offer that amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk. Madam Chair.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 4, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Lucas.
Without objections, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain it.
Thank you, Chairwoman Johnson. This amendment would accomplish something that the last $1.9 trillion reconciliation package, the $340 billion CARES Act, and the $1 billion COVID relief bill have failed to fully do. It will provide the necessary resources to help U.S. research industry recover from this pandemic. In the billions and billions of dollars the majority has already doled out, we have still failed to give research universities, independent institutions, and national laboratories the resources needed to fully resume the research that's been stopped or stunted by the pandemic. My amendment is based on the Bipartisan RISE Act, which many members of this committee on both sides of the aisle have co-sponsored with me. It would set aside specific funds at the NSF, the Department of Energy, and NOAA, as well as provide an allowance for NASA funds so that we can extend existing grants, scholarships, and facility funds for COVID-related disruptions. We've relied on American scientists to combat COVID, but we're not giving them the funding they need to resume the work that's been stopped by the pandemic. Restarting our research work requires investment, and it's long overdue. This amendment would reallocate almost $3 billion of the $45.5 billion this bill provides to support research recovery. Since the majority demands to move forward with this Partisan Reconciliation Act, I offer this amendment to at least ensure some of its fundings will be utilized to solve the imminent challenge that has been consistently overlooked. This is a common sense issue with bipartisan support. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment. Unfortunately, I must oppose the amendment by the ranking member. As the gentleman knows, I've been a vocal champion of COVID research recovery funding since early in the pandemic. I'm a proud co-sponsor of the RISE Act along with Mr. Lucas. However, I also recognize that the situation on the ground has evolved over the months. Estimates we relied on from the community or from the agencies a year or 6 months ago are not still valid today. We asked NSF as recently as a few weeks ago for their current estimates for COVID recovery. Their response was less than half of the $2.4 billion in this amendment. However, this remains a priority of mine, above all, to protect our STEM talent pipeline, which is why we explicitly included text on COVID recovery in the committee print. The best approach now is to leave the agencies the flexibility to respond to facts on the ground as they change. And therefore, I must oppose this amendment, and I yield back. Are there further comments?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio would like to strike the last word.
Mr. Gonzalez is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak in support of this amendment, and certainly disappointed to hear the objection from the chair. I'd like to thank Mr. Lucas for offering the amendment, which does provide what I believe is still much needed resources to America's research community to recover from this pandemic. This is based on the RISE Act, which many of us, including myself, was proud to be an original co-sponsor of, and is endorsed by, and still endorsed by, more than 300 organizations, including my alma mater, the Ohio State University, which will be issuing an epic beatdown to Oregon this Saturday, which I know everybody's very excited about. So regardless, though, this amendment would ensure all the federal-backed research projects and programs that were stopped or stalled by the pandemic have the ability to fully ramp and recover. I know that this committee is passionate and bipartisan most of the time on solving our research needs, and I'm proud to support this. I know that it would be a significant upgrade to our universities and something that they would all appreciate. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion on this amendment?
I feel somebody must defend Ms. Bonamici's interest here since he took that shot at Oregon, but I'll shut up.
Mr. Perlmutter, I'm sorry. Yes, go Ducks. I oppose the amendment.
And is there further discussion? If not, then the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No. Madam Chair, even though I like ducks, Frank Lucas, I request a recorded vote on this.
A requested recorded vote will be postponed. Let's see, our next amendment is on the roster's amendment also by Mr. Lucas. You recognize to offer your amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 5, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Lucas. Page
I ask
11.
unanimous consent to dispense with the reading and without objection, so ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Johnson. My amendment provides for critical reforms to this legislation by amending the Department of Energy EERE appropriation for demonstration projects to include hydrogen, nuclear, fossil energy technologies. The legislation before us today includes $1.1 billion in renewable energy demonstrations, but reserves less than $70 million for all other applied energy R&D activities combined. This narrow insistence on picking winners and losers is in direct conflict with the approach we took in last Congress, where we passed the Bipartisan Energy Act of 2020, the first comprehensive update of U.S. energy policy in 13 years. That landmark legislation takes an all-of-the-above energy approach, focusing on competition and innovative clean technology solutions across the U.S. energy portfolio. The Energy Act includes significant provisions for the demonstration of these next-generation energy technologies, which cover not only renewable energy resources, but also essential clean energy technologies like advanced nuclear and fossil energy. That broad-based, all-of-the-above approach is what's needed now. Let me be clear. I support strategic investment in the demonstration of early-stage renewable energy technologies. This work is a necessary component of our long-term clean energy plan. My amendment does not remove funding for these activities. Instead, it takes a more inclusive approach and broadens the scope of this billion-dollar appropriation to include other advanced energy technologies in our R&D pipeline. By keeping all our options on the table, we can reduce emissions, keep our energy sector competitive, maintain affordable energy costs for all Americans, and ensure that the U.S. remains a world leader in science and energy technology for years to come. A reconciliation package that ignores the significant R&D needs of major portions of our clean energy portfolio has little to do with these goals. I urge my friends across the aisle to remember, energy R&D investments we make will not only impact our greenhouse gas emissions, they will also have a direct effect on what Americans pay to cool and heat their homes. And they'll determine whether we weaken our energy sectors or give them a global advantage. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. I recognize myself to speak on this amendment that I unfortunately must oppose. There's broad bipartisan support for many science committee members for research on both fossil and nuclear energy technologies, as evidenced by committee-led legislation that was enacted as part of the Energy Act of 2020, which includes robust authorization of appropriations for both of these research areas. When compared to the authorized levels in the Energy Act of 2020, the specific references to provisions in statute identified in this amendment by Mr. Lucas receive more than sufficient support between the annual appropriations process and the bipartisan infrastructure bill proposes, whereas the technology areas already identified in the committee print do not. The committee print does provide support for both fossil and nuclear energy technology research and development initiatives that are not elsewhere supported. We should not provide additional financial support for already well-funded research areas, rather than other priority research areas that are not receiving sufficient support elsewhere. And for only these reasons, this amendment should not be adopted. I yield back. Any further requests for time?
Madam Chair, Frank Lucas.
Mr. Lucas.
Today, this committee's job is to consider the $45 billion budget reconciliation legislation before us. And we can't take this responsibility lightly. Fact is, the House has yet to consider the Senate infrastructure bill, and we have no way of knowing what the outcome of that process will be. The legislation we're voting on today includes $1 billion for EEERE demonstrations and little to no funding for fossil energy, nuclear energy, hydrogen demonstrations. My amendment corrects this imbalance and preserves the bipartisan priorities agreed to in the Energy Act. Again, I respectfully encourage my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more requests for time?
Madam Chair, Randy Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Thank you. I want to, of course, support my colleague's amendment here. And our colleague, Mr. Caston, pointed out earlier that there are other countries that do their energy a lot more efficient than we do. And what better chance do we have to make sure that all of our energy production has as much possibility of being as efficient and, might I add, with less emissions as possible? Isn't that what we're interested in going forward? You know, that we want to have an all of the above policy. So I hope our colleagues, my colleagues here will support his amendment. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any further requests for time?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio.
Mr. Gonzalez is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the ranking member's amendment and certainly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support it. We talk a lot at this committee about following the science in an effort to solve complex problems. And I'm certain we're all in agreement that climate change is a complex problem that demands smart, thoughtful solutions that will effectively allow us to innovate and adapt. But if we believe in the science and are serious about this issue, we need to recognize that nuclear power is the most reliable, clean energy source available to us today. Equally important, it operates at a much higher capacity than renewables, is more grid resilient, and releases less radiation into the environment than any other major source of energy. That's why I'm frankly puzzled and disappointed by the majority's decision to fund energy efficiency and renewable energy R&D activities at more than 20 times the rate of nuclear. To be clear, I'm not an opponent of renewable energy, but renewables absolutely have a role to play in our energy mix. But renewable energy alone, I don't believe, from what I've read, is capable of supplying our national energy need. It can contribute, and it should contribute in a big way, to the base load, but it cannot supply all of it. In countries such as Germany, we see what happens when countries selectively choose energy winners and losers. Instead of establishing a diverse baseload, the Germans have closed nuclear plants and doubled down on renewables, such as wind and solar. As a result, they've driven up household costs and forced the country to rely on cheap carbon-polluting gas from Russia. And they've done that at very little reduction in terms of their carbon footprint. So I'm not sure that they've gotten much out of the program to date. And similar events are unfolding here in the US, particularly in California, where residents' energy prices are 6 times the national average, and electricity blackouts are a common occurrence. That is the last thing I want to impose on my constituents. And then the last point I want to make, and it's one that, frankly, I don't hear us talk about much, is I think it's important that we recognize the ecological impact of renewables. So a recent study published by the Carnegie Institution for Science and Stanford University shows that if the US were to adopt a more ambitious climate goal, the ecological footprint of solar power development could grow to more than 27,500 square miles, which is roughly the land area of South Carolina, and crowd out wildlife by destroying their habitat. So massive habitat destruction. In contrast, deploying 1,000 megawatt nuclear facility would only require 1 square mile. Another study finds 2,206 onshore wind, hydropower, and solar energy generation facilities have already encroached on many of the world's most important places for conserving biodiversity, degrading 886 protected areas, 749 key biodiversity areas, and 40 distinct wildlife areas. And again, to contrast this with nuclear, in order to produce the same amount of electricity as a nuclear plant, wind farms require up to 360 times as much land, and solar facilities nearly 75 times as much land. So the ranking member's amendment is a serious attempt to address the challenges posed by climate change. Picking winners and losers, particularly renewables, to me, it has a lot of trade-offs that we need to be honest with ourselves about. And no government can foresee which promising R&D activities will deliver the best return on investment. I don't think any venture capitalist can, and I certainly don't think any government can. So that reason alone should guide us towards more spending on a variety of research activities, as this amendment does. I think it's a smart amendment and strikes the right balance. I thank the ranking member for his amendment and urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further requests for time?
Madam Chair, this is Perlmutter. I'd like to strike the last word.
Mr. Perlmutter is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I thank you, and I appreciate the gentleman's arguments, except that I think it's taken in a vacuum and ignores all the places where we do invest, particularly in nuclear energy, starting with the Office of Nuclear Energy at $408 million. We then have low-dose radiation, $180 million research, fusion materials research, $250 million, and inertial fusion research, $140 million. Alternative and enabling fusion research, $275 million. Fusion reactor system designs, $250 million. So I appreciate Mr. Lucas, Mr. Gonzalez's comments, but I think it ignores other line items where we seriously are looking at nuclear research. Now, to Mr. Lucas's point, fossil fuels research is not as funded as some of these other line items are, but nuclear is for sure. And I think to then try to take it from energy efficiency and renewable energy line item of the demonstration projects that are spread across wind energy, solar energy, geothermal energy, water power energy, vehicle technologies, bioengineering technologies, and building technologies is not the right approach. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any further requests for time?
Madam Chair, Mr. Gonzalez, if I could respond just briefly, just quickly.
Mr. Gonzalez is recognized.
Thank you. To my friend, Mr. Perlmutter, so I agree. Everything you said is important with respect to areas that we should fund. So I don't think my argument is, hey, we're putting money in useless programs or programs that we shouldn't put money in. What I'm advocating for, and what I think is clear from the bill, is a more level playing field, specifically with respect to nuclear, where the decision to fund energy efficiency and renewable R&D activities is at more than 20 times the rate of nuclear. So I agree, we are putting money towards nuclear. What I'm suggesting is that when you just look at the mix and you look at the ratio between renewables versus nuclear, you're looking at a 20x difference based on my math. Maybe it's not exactly 20x, maybe it's a little lower, but it's certainly not level. And I think that, to me, when you kind of factor in all the various components of these decisions, they're complex. And again, I'm not against renewables. I actually like renewables, but I think they create a lot of trade-offs that I don't know that we're as forthright with in this committee as I wish we were. And and the ratios are off, in my opinion. So that's my only comment. I understand, we're on different sides of this. That's fine, but it's not that we're funding renewables or that it's that we're not funding at parity in a way that I personally think makes the most sense if we want to be serious about solving our climate goals. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any other requests for time? Okay, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
Aye.
No.
No.
The noes have it.
Madam
And
Chair,
the
Frank Lucas, could I request a recorded vote, please?
recorded vote has been requested, and the time certain will be announced. After the next amendment, we'll take a 10-minute break. The next amendment on the roster is offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, and he is recognized to offer his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 6, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Posey of Florida.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading without objection, so ordered. And I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment modifies the language appropriating funds to the Department of Energy's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy for advanced solar energy technology demonstrations to reinforce the importance of supporting technologies at all stages of the solar energy supply chain. We've heard a lot about increasing deployment of solar energy technologies, increasing capacity, and its role in lowering emissions. This week, the Department of Energy released a study concluding that solar energy could account for up to 40% of the country's electrical supply by 2035 and up to 45% of that supply by 2050. However, photovoltaic, that same study stated that those industries are vulnerable to production disruptions. For example, during one period last year, incidents in China took offline 15% of the world's capacity for production of polysilicon, a semiconductor material critical for solar equipment. The department study also concluded that the United States has lost significant ground to China in recent years on the production of polysilicon. The White House recently reported U.S. technological leadership and production of semiconductor-grade polysilicon is at risk due to China's actions to increase its dominance of both the semiconductor and the solar supply chain. Last month, the Department of Energy also concluded that given concerns about forced labor in the solar energy supply chain in China, the need for domestic capacity to meet goals has expanded. The growth of U.S. solar will require new solar materials, solar demonstration projects, critical material supply chains, and building or retooling of manufacturing facilities for the productions of increased energy technologies. According to one analysis, China holds between 71 and 97% of the world's capacity for various solar panel components. As the Department of Energy has stated, that China is actively planning to undermine the electric power system in the United States. We put our security and our reliability at risk by increasing solar energy's share of our electricity supply while depending upon foreign components and materials. As such, we must ensure that the department's advanced solar energy technology demonstration programs foster innovation at all phases of the solar supply chain, including the production of important materials, development of new components, and demonstration of advanced manufacturing technologies. This is consistent with Congress's direction in Section 3004 of the Energy Act of 2020, which authorized the Advanced Solar Energy Technologies Program, for which this underlying legislation appropriates funds. Given the concerns described above, I encourage my colleagues to join me in emphasizing the importance of innovations that support a robust domestic solar supply chain. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on this amendment. I support this amendment, which would add language to encourage development of domestic supply chain for solar energy. This is consistent with language we included in the Energy Act of 2020, which supports the domestic supply chains for materials and components, as well as the manufacturing of solar energy technologies. I support the adoption of the amendment and I yield back. Any recognition? So,
Madam Chair, I'd like to be recognized, please.
Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to take a moment to speak in support of the amendment and thank Mr. Posey for offering it. We have seen, even right here in Northwest Oregon, solar companies struggle to survive, risking hundreds of jobs because of the proliferation of cheap subsidized Chinese solar products. And so to increase domestic manufacturing is going to be good for solar energy and good for our economy. And I just want to mention I support the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other requests for time? Hearing none. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. We'll take a 10-minute break and come back right on 10 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I know that
Order. Our next amendment on the roster is an amendment by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feastra, and he's recognized to offer his amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 7, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Feenstra of Iowa.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading. Without objection, so ordered. And I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Johnson and Ranking Member Lucas. This amendment would ensure that biofuel technology is included in the Energy Department's research and demonstration activities moving forward. The use of biofuels in combustion engines has already been a proven solution for reducing carbon emissions while maintaining affordability. A DOE study earlier this year showed that from 2005 to 2019, corn ethanol usage resulted in reductions of over 500 metric million tons of greenhouse gases. Additionally, the Energy Information Agency's 2021 Annual Energy Outlook estimates that by 2050, yes, by 2050, liquid fuel vehicles will still account for 79% of new vehicle sales. That's 4 out of every 5 cars. As the DOE Office of Science continues to research and demonstrations in bioenergy and energy efficiency, it's important that biofuels are part of this solution. A bill I introduced just last month focuses on one such advanced technology. The Biofuel Cell Research Act would establish a research and development program for commercially viable biofuel-powered engines. Biofuel cells create electricity from clean-burning fuels that can be used to power engines. Current electric vehicles still rely on baseload generation and requires non-renewable resources. My Biofuel Cell Research Act would bring us one step closer to developing vehicle engines that produce net zero carbon emissions, and it would save on infrastructure overhaul costs needed to support the electric vehicle policy being pushed in the administration's infrastructure packages. My amendment today would allow funding from the Department of Energy's Office of Science to go towards carrying out demonstrations of these types of advanced biofuel projects. One of my common sayings is that the corn or soybean is like a battery, and we simply squeeze it to get the energy out. This amendment would prove me right by making this reality. I urge my fellow Science Committee members to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on this amendment. I support this amendment as it was certainly the intent of the underlying legislative text to support the development of advanced biofuels as part of the Department of Energy's bioenergy technology activities. I would also add that we are working on draft legislation to further support the advancement of these technologies and would appreciate the opportunity to work with Mr. Feastra and other members on both sides of the aisle in this critical area in the months ahead. I yield back. Any further comment or request for time?
Mr. Kildee wants to be recognized.
Mr. Kildee.
Mr. Kildee.
Mr. Kildee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my comment is on another subject, but I do want to thank Mr. Feenstra for his thoughtful amendment and for your support of it, and be happy to work with him as I'm involved with many of these issues myself. But I want to address another provision in the legislation, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and the committee staff for your hard work in working with me and my team on a provision that provides $80 million for local fire departments to replace firefighting gear and foam made with toxic PFAS chemicals. I serve as the co-chair of the bipartisan Congressional PFAS Task Force, along with Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick from Pennsylvania. We've been working to help people across the country clean up PFAS contamination by getting Congress to act to support my home state of Michigan and people all over the country that are dealing with this terrible problem of these forever chemicals. The U.S. House has taken significant steps this year to address the PFAS crisis in the U.S., specifically passing the PFAS Action Act just this past July. The $80 million for fire departments included in the budget reconciliation legislation builds on that investment to help protect those who are dedicated to protecting us. So I, along with Congressman Jim McGovern, have been leading this effort. We sent a letter with 71 other House members advocating for this funding last month. And as many of you know, PFAS is dangerous. It's been linked to serious health problems such as cancer, thyroid disease, other really difficult conditions. Firefighters are primarily exposed to PFAS through the firefighting foam that they work with and through the personal protective equipment that is made with these forever chemicals. Fortunately, recently, PFAS-free alternatives are, for both of those applications, are effective and available. And this federal funding will assist local fire departments all over the country in replacing and properly disposing of unsafe gear, should they choose to do so. The $80 million included in this bill will ensure that fire departments receiving those grants will not have to choose between removing these chemicals from their equipment and securing other essential items. Congress needs to do all it can to clean up and prevent exposure to these toxic PFAS chemicals in our environment, but especially to protect our firefighters. Firefighters and all first responders work tirelessly during this pandemic to take care of us, to take care of our communities, to keep them safe. We owe this to them. And so I thank you, Chairwoman Johnson, for your leadership on this, for your assistance to me and my team, for including these important resources. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any other requests for time? The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentlelady from Oklahoma, Ms. Bice. She's recognized to offer her amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 8, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Bice.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading without objection, so ordered. I recognize the gentlelady for 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. NASA's Earth Science Division uses unique global observations from space, air, sea, and land to enable informed decision-making for sectors that influence our daily lives. Land shifts, sea rise, plants grow, and cities expand. These ever-changing interconnected systems affect all of life on Earth and are monitored by NASA so we can discover ways to prepare for the future of our world. My amendment directs NASA to fund these critical Earth science research projects to support agriculture, forestry, and environmental issues that are changing daily from changing weather patterns. Specifically, this funding would benefit Earth science instruments that are designed to advance the state of our country's ag, forestry, and land use, all while improving drought forecasting. It would also work to improve floodplain mapping and prediction, water conservation, crop yield monitoring and forecasting, pest and disease monitoring, wildfire prediction and response, and deforestation. As ranking member on the Environmental Subcommittee, I recognize the importance of using technology to prepare for our Earth's changing climate. We've held hearings this Congress on the damages of wildfires and how to react in a world where natural disasters are constantly occurring. By funding the Earth science research at NASA, we can be better prepared for what environmental issues will come our way. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. Any requests for time?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank Representative Bice for her interest in NASA's Earth Science Department, but I oppose this amendment. NASA's Earth science observations and climate research are essential for understanding and monitoring hazards from the climate crisis, including the drought conditions, extreme heat, and wildfires that we're experiencing in the Pacific Northwest today. As a member of the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis, I know we have the opportunity and the imperative to implement bold, comprehensive, science-based policies to solve the climate crisis, and NASA can and will play an important role in our work. But unfortunately, this amendment would redirect funding already allocated for NASA climate science research and development to instrument development exclusively for a narrow set of applications. The essential investments in the bill already include NASA climate R&D and would support broader purposes that will help address the areas of fire, flood, drought, and land management that are raised by this amendment. So this amendment is unnecessary. It would be a constraint on the resources allocated in the bill, and therefore I cannot support it. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Any further requests for time? The vote that occurs on the amendment, all in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
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 The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair. Madam
Yes.
Chair.
I can't tell who that is.
Randy Weber.
Mr. Weber,
I request a recorded vote, please.
request for the recorded vote is approved and will be assigned with the group voting. The next amendment on the roster is amendment from the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin. He was recognized to offer his amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My amendment, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 9. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Babin of Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading without objection, so ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Ma'am, thank you very much. Madam Chair, my amendment would provide NASA flexibility on how it spends over $4.388 billion allocated in the underlying bill. My amendment would allow NASA to use the funding to either shore up its infrastructure, use the funding to advance human exploration and pursuit of existing exploration goals as outlined in law, or a combination of both. NASA Administrator and former Senator and astronaut Bill Nelson has testified before Congress several times this year, expressing the need for funding for infrastructure and exploration, and did so again in my district just last week at Johnson Space Center, accompanied by some of the giants of the Apollo era, Gene Kranz, Fred Hayes, and Walt Cunningham, plus several other former astronauts of the shuttle era. And my amendment would give NASA the flexibility that it needs to achieve the goals directed by Congress. And in a bill that exceeds over $3.5 trillion, of which $45.5 billion is under this committee's jurisdiction, it is astonishing to me that NASA's human exploration program would be ignored. This committee was founded following the Soviets' launch of Sputnik. As China continues its steady march into space, this bill turns a blind eye to the challenge that the Chinese Communist Party presents. I urge my colleagues very, very vociferously to heed Administrator Nelson's call for funding for human exploration and allow NASA the flexibility to once again return to the moon and then to enable future exploration of Mars. As we've already heard my good friend, Mr. Perlmutter say earlier today. As I've said many times before, I proudly represent Johnson Space Center, and so I'm keenly aware of the state of NASA infrastructure. Upgrading NASA's outdated facilities is an important priority that I very, very and fully support. Unfortunately, the NASA Inspector General issues a report yesterday outlining many shortfalls with how NASA prioritizes, manages, and executes its infrastructure program. As NASA addresses those enabling issues, We should ensure that it stays the course on its primary mission, and that is exploring the cosmos. My amendment would allow NASA to fund not only infrastructure, but also the development of the human landing system, spacesuits, surface habitats, and rovers. This would help secure American leadership in space and also ensure that it remains a domain that is free for exploration rather than a tool of communist oppression and propaganda. As this bill progresses, I certainly hope that we will be able to identify ways to pay for the underlying provisions in a manner that doesn't burden our society's most vulnerable, the elderly and the poor, with stifling inflation caused by reckless money printing and debt accumulation. We can and we should and we must prioritize and budget for our space program through regular order using yearly budget authorization and appropriations processes to fund our nation's space enterprise. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and to help America get back to the moon and on to Mars. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Caston, recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to oppose the amendment, and I certainly share Mr. Babin and I should say Mr. Perlmutter's support for robust funding of NASA's infrastructure, and I'm pleased to see that that is in the underlying bill. But I really want to echo Ms. Bonamici's point about the challenges that we have in understanding what's going on with climate change. Those of us on the Climate Committee recently had the opportunity to get a full briefing from a number of the authors of the IPCC report. Some of us had the time to read significant parts of that report. And my big takeaway from that was that this huge surge of wildfires and flooding and hurricanes we're seeing this summer, those are not our new normal. Our new normal is the rate of change in the rise in temperature, the rise in these extreme weather events. And that calls for making sure that NASA has the ability to do the research and study and understand what's going on right now, because the data is changing faster than our ability to track it. And so my objection is not to the importance of NASA infrastructure, but the reprogramming of funds that are currently in the bill for that climate research and development. I mean, look, we sat there in Ida. We saw this hurricane intensify as it got to land, and I'm sure many of my colleagues were like me, saying this isn't supposed to happen. And all of a sudden, we're Googling and trying to learn about brown ocean effects. That as you get this moisture land, the hurricanes continue to intensify. That's the kind of thing that our NASA agencies need to be studying, so that we catch the next big trend that is coming through and understand and can protect the American citizens before it's too late. So like I said, I support the spirit of this amendment, but object to the reprogramming and encourage a no vote. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perlmutter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. And ordinarily, Dr. Babin and I are 100% agreement on subjects revolving around NASA. And I agree with many of the points that he's raised, but I was convinced by the hearing we had and the testimony and pictures that we saw about the deferred maintenance that we have across many of the NASA facilities. And, we don't have any NASA facilities in Colorado, but it is such a national jewel and gem for us. I want to make sure that those facilities are up to speed. And I would love to see more money directed towards our space exploration. And I will continue to advocate for that. But we have to have solid infrastructure to be able to do the kinds of tasks that I would like us to see undertake over the course of the next 10, 12, 20 years. And we've got to have solid infrastructure with that. So I appreciate my friend's comments, but I think that the direction of the bill to rebuild the infrastructure is a proper place, because it'll be a lot of jobs, and it will get NASA into a place where it is competitive and surpasses China and Russia and everybody else. But we can't keep deferring that maintenance. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lucas.
Madam Chair, I'm in support of Ranking Member Babin's amendment, which attempts to address the two challenges raised by Administrator Nelson earlier this year: funding NASA's critical infrastructure for exploration and funding human exploration to ensure American leadership in space. Ranking Member Babin's amendment is a thoughtful compromise between these two priorities. It allows NASA the flexibility to prioritize and decide how to strategically apply the additional funding to achieve the bipartisan goals set forth by Congress. I'm sure we've all seen the articles recently bemoaning the lack of funding for human exploration in this bill. Ranking Member Babin's amendment allows this committee to remedy that flaw. Not only does it address this missed opportunity, but it also provides NASA the flexibility to fund necessary infrastructure projects as well. A balanced approach to funding both infrastructure and exploration is more important now than ever. In 2019, China became the first nation to land a rover on the far side of the moon. Within the last few months, China conducted a lunar sample return mission, becoming only the second nation to successfully land a rover on Mars, and launched their own space station and crew into low Earth orbit. China's commitment to leadership in space, just imposed with the Democrats' $3.5 trillion spending package that ignores space exploration, is startling. Maintaining leadership in human spaceflight is a strategic priority. This amendment will allow NASA to prioritize how to best use the bill's funding to carry out our nation's exploration goals. I support the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. And yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to strike the last word in support of my colleague's amendment.
Recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to highlight that the language in this amendment is not an or. It talks about an and. This is not mutual exclusivity between climate change investments nor infrastructure investments being traded for human space exploration. It's astounding to me that given the coordinate system that we're working in terms of these budgets at the top line, $3.5 trillion, that we can't support in parallel with the infrastructure investments, one of the most fundamental missions of NASA, and frankly, a mission that Administrator Nelson has been adamant about supporting since he's been in the position. I strongly urge my colleagues to look beyond the partisanship in this case and do the right thing. I don't dispute the impact of humans on climate change. And I think in a worst case scenario, if we see the trends that some are asserting we will see, we will have full situational awareness to human extinction as a result of climate change without the ability to do anything about it if we don't continue to fund things like a human exploration program. So urge the colleagues across the aisle to do the right thing. Again, this is not an or scenario. This is an and. It gives flexibility to the administration to continue to invest in these large programs and do the right thing for the country. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any further requests?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this is Brian Babin again. Just if you'll recognize me to strike the last word. I want to commend my two colleagues, our ranking member Frank Lucas, Mike Garcia, and actually also the two fellows from the other side of the aisle, Mr. Perlmutter and Mr. Caston. These are thoughtful, comments, but I will say, and to second, or maybe I should say third, what my previous colleagues said. When it comes to if you're reducing climate funding, absolutely this budget request and the president's budget request increased Earth and climate science by over $250 million and inexplicably cut exploration. And this would simply restore balance to NASA's programs. And then the second point that we've heard is that this is going to reduce funding for infrastructure. As Mr. Garcia said, this is not an R, it is an and R. And it provides NASA with flexibility something that is absolutely necessary to spend over $4 billion allocated in the bill to infrastructure and our exploration. And I would hope that my colleagues across the aisle would remember that when they cast their votes. And I urge everyone to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any more requests for time?
Madam Chair, Caston.
Mr. Caston's recognized.
Just a question and a clarification for Mr. Babin and Mr. Garcia. You both said this is not an and or a nor, but if I'm reading the amendment right, you would completely eliminate section 90008, which is the funding for climate research. That shifts $388 million over. That sounds like an or to me, not an and. Can you clarify what you mean by your point?
I don't, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, I don't think that's the case, Mr. Caston. This will provide flexibility. It's not a mandate to do one or the other. And if I'm wrong, I hope that one of our attorney friends in the virtual meeting would clarify that.
I'm reading the text that says it strikes section 9008, which is the section doing climate research. So it would eliminate both the funding and the intent of that section, if I'm reading it correctly.
Madam Chair, can we double check that?
Yes. I recognize. Council is recognized.
That's my understanding of the effect of the amendment, Mr. Caston.
That it would in fact eliminate that. So this is an or, not an and. Is that your opinion?
With respect to the funding for NASA infrastructure versus the funding for the NASA's climate research and development, the answer is yes.
Thank you. Yield back.
Okay, I just heard from our staff as well, Madam Chair. It funds exploration and it funds infrastructure, and it does take from climate science.
Any further questions or?
But that is a balanced question.
Yes. Any requests for time?
Mr. Foster.
Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we discuss NASA infrastructure, I just would like to highlight a danger that we all have to start thinking about. And that is if we end up rebuilding 60-year-old infrastructure with 60-year-old technology, then 60 years from now, we're going to be back in the same place. It is remarkable that if you look at the chemical rockets being used to boost payloads into low Earth orbit, there has been essentially no technological progress since the 1960s. There is nothing in, the Falcon Heavy or the Space Launch System that would not be completely understandable to Wernher von Braun. And there's an environmental danger if you regard the future of mankind as being even 1% spacefaring. And if 1% of humanity lofts itself into even low Earth orbit using chemical rockets, you look at the calculation of what's left in the atmosphere. So NASA for decades, in my opinion, has been underinvesting in the crucial infrastructure, which is the intellectual infrastructure of how we get payloads into low Earth orbit, not using chemical rockets. There are a number of concepts out there that have been underinvested in for decades. And I think that we have to put some fraction of the $4 billion and all the other money that NASA uses into very advanced launch concepts. Because ultimately, we're just heading down the same alley again and again, and doesn't really provide a pathway for humanity to become spacefaring. So that's my take on NASA infrastructure. Yield back.
Thank you very much. Any further requests for time? If not, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I would like to request a recorded vote, please.
Request noted. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Mr. Babin, you're recognized again.
Yes, ma'am.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 10, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Babin of Texas. On
Ask
page,
unanimous consent to dispense with the reading and without objection, so ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment I have an amendment at the desk. My amendment would set aside 20% of the funding allocated for climate change research and development for data buys. Earlier this year, the committee held a hearing on the state of NASA's Earth Science enterprise. At that hearing, 2 private sector witnesses testified to the promise that commercial remote sensing companies hold for advancing the state of not only climate science, but also Earth science as a whole. While NOAA has incorporated data buys into their weather portfolio for many years, NASA is also supportive of data buys. They recently stood up the Commercial Small Sat Data Acquisition Program after a successful pilot program. NASA has a long history of using commercial data buys going back to the late 1990s. And the Commercial Space Act of 1998, which created the Science Data Purchase, or SDB, program, according to a RAND Corporation report from 2000, in terms of commercial response and quality of products and services, the SDB has been an experimental success in meeting its requirements. Some observers were initially skeptical that industry could or would be unable to respond in a useful way. We've come a long way since that time. Commercial remote sensing companies like Planet, Maxar, GeoOptics, Black Sky, Spire, a GHG-SAT, as well as nonprofits like Carbon Mapper, all stand ready to provide data to NASA, either immediately or in the near future. NASA should leverage these capabilities to maximize the taxpayers' investment in Earth science. Doing so will bolster a whole new domestic industry, providing high-paying technical jobs, ensure that this technology stays in the United States rather than going overseas. U.S. law and national policy directs NASA to advance the commercial space sector. Title 51 of the U.S. Code directs NASA to seek and encourage to the maximum extent possible the fullest commercial use of space. NASA is also directed to acquire, where cost-effective, space-based and airborne Earth remote sensing data, services, distribution, and applications from a commercial provider. Both the 2014 National Plan for Civil Earth Observations and the 2015 National Space Weather Action Plan direct federal agencies to identify, to pursue commercial solutions. More recently, the 2019 National Plan for Civil Earth Observations directed agencies to strive to engage with the full Earth observations enterprise to determine whether there is a commercial solution available or in process that might be more appropriate than creation of a federal observing asset. These policies were also reinforced in the most recent decadal survey for Earth science. My amendment would ensure that commercial data buys are included in NASA's Earth science portfolio going forward. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this promising field of space technology that supports not only climate research, but also national security and economic competitiveness. I'll go back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Sherrill is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to speak today in opposition to this amendment that would require at least 20% of this legislation's investment in NASA climate change research and development to be allocated for commercial small sat data buys. While I appreciate this amendment's support for the commercial small sat data acquisition program, which assists in important Earth science research and application, The activities for which these commercial small sat data buys are used are simply not relevant to the stated allocations for this section of sustainable aviation research and development, climate science modeling, and data management and wildfire management research. Furthermore, this amendment would take crucial funding away from investments in research dedicated to mitigating the effects of climate change. In addition, the requirements of this amendment would dedicate more money to spend than the market has product. This is what the ranking member warned us about, spending for the sake of spending. I'll close with a reminder that only a week ago we suffered a massive hurricane, Hurricane Ida, the severity of which was heavily impacted by climate change. 27 people died in my state, more than in any other state, from the direct effects of a hurricane that made landfall 4 days prior and over 1,000 miles away. This is in part because of years of underfunding important climate change research, which could have made a difference by developing new clean energy technologies and improving our infrastructure resiliency. The funding dedicated to studying and mitigating climate change is needed investment and cannot be reallocated. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Any requests for time?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Babin.
Yes, ma'am. If I could just rebut what the gentlewoman from New Jersey said, I would just like to remind her and everybody on the in the markup today that the commercial small sat data acquisition program is a NASA program that absolutely supports climate science. Data buys maximize taxpayer investments, and they support the U.S. industry as well. The amendment would still fund climate science, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any further requests for time? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
Aye.
That was only one,
say
Madam
no.
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 The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote, please, ma'am.
Thank you very much. It'll be postponed. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feastra, and he's recognized to offer that amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 11, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Feastra of Iowa.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading. Without objection, so ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Johnson and Ranking Member Lucas. This is just a quick, short little amendment. This amendment would ensure that funding going to NASA for the purpose of sustainable aviation fuel research and development will also include the research into biofuels. When I questioned Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm in our committee meeting in May, she told me directly that she believes biofuels and biofuel technologies have an extremely bright future in sustainable aviation fueling. Adding this amendment is important to ensure that this cleaner, more affordable method of powering transit and lowering emissions in NASA's future development of clean air transportation is extremely essential and is needed. I ask for everyone's support and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment. I support this amendment and thank Mr. Feastra for offering it. And I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back. Are there requests for any members for time? Hearing none. Then the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The next amendment is on the roster is offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Elsie, and he's recognized to offer his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 12, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading without objection, so ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain this amendment.
Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair and members, the amendment I respectfully bring for your consideration advances policies that are essential to safety in our increasingly congested airspace. As a former naval aviator with my good friend and colleague, Mike Garcia, who was also my wingman at the time, and my former job as an airline pilot, I have always prioritized safety in my aviation career. This amendment is very simple. It includes aviation safety to the funding allocated for aeronautics research and development conducted by NASA's Aeronautics Research Mission Directorate. Advancing aviation safety is a central mission of NASA's Aeronautics Research Enterprise, which assists in the development of solutions to the pressing needs of the aviation sector. This amendment will provide additional funding to address aviation safety research and development needs while continuing to support research in substantial aviation challenges such as noise, emissions, efficiency, and performance. Additionally, the amendment ensures that aeronautics research and development activities do not violate subsidy prohibitions under the World Trade Organization Agreement or any other international obligation that could result in tariffs placed on U.S. industries.
The American Rescue Plan.
After years of negotiations over commercial aircraft sales, the U.S. and the European Union have finally agreed on a deal to provide reresearch and development funding.
To provide $60 billion in existing funds.
Excuse me, somebody's not muted.
Now I bring forward this amendment, right? All of the 23.6.
Okay. Thank you. You may proceed.
I have a feeling that was aimed at the freshman who's got his First Amendment up. That's just a guess. Thank you, ma'am. After years of negotiations over commercial aircraft sales, the U.S. and the European Union have finally agreed on a deal to provide research and development funding through an open and transparent process and to collaborate in addressing non-market practices conducted by other countries, particularly China, which is developing its own civilian aircraft. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. Any requests for time?
Madam Chair, I would request some. Don Byer.
Mr. Byer.
Madam Chair, I would urge the committee to reject this amendment. Our bill focuses on targeted investments in climate-related R&D, including sustainable aviation. We have a regular appropriations process to fund broader activities like the safety activities across NASA. And that's the proper forum for the changes that the gentleman is seeking. I'm also confounded by the WTO parts of this amendment. Now, we've just come off 4 years where the Trump administration imposed more tariffs than any other in memory. And now we're concerned about the WTO after the 4 years of relentless resistance, the WTO oversight, from essentially dissolving the appellate body to threatening to withdraw from the WTO government procurement agreement. You know, with Ron Kind and Earl Blumenauer in Ways and Means, we're trying to recommit the U.S. to the WTO, but this amendment is a red herring, and there's nothing in SAF that would really provoke any WTO activity. So it's unnecessary, and I urge us to reject it.
Thank you very much. Any requests for time? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Replenishing her.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The next
Madam Chair.
amendment on the,
Mr. Elsie.
sorry,
Yes, ma'am. Request a record vote.
okay, that'll be postponed. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey, and he's recognized to offer his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 13, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Posey of Florida. On page 19.
Ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading and without objection so ordered. And I recognize the gentleman to explain this amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Johnson. The Chinese Communist Party is targeting the United States research and development enterprises. This includes our civil space program and our commercial space companies. My amendment would recognize this fact and stand up a task force in NASA's Office of the Inspector General to counter this threat. The amendment would also direct the NASA Inspector General to work with the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency to coordinate activities across agencies and with other Inspector Generals. It would raise the profile of this issue within the federal government and prioritize funding as the bill moves forward, mitigating the threat of the Chinese Communist Party. If my colleagues wish to spend money without identifying any real way to pay for it, then at least we can do is ensure that the fruits of the labors don't end up with the Chinese Communist Party. The irony is that the CCP will likely buy the debt we are creating with this bill. This is something we should pay more attention to because the inflation caused by reckless spending will disproportionately impact the poor, the seniors, retirees. I hope my colleagues will stand with me to counter the threat posed by the Chinese Communist Party. Research in space influence on our economic competitiveness and our national security. Without addressing these unique threats posed by the Chinese Communist Party, this bill could simply be funding research that benefits the CCP rather than our own citizens. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back to balance my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Byers is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, I urge my friends to reject this amendment. First of all, there's nothing in this bill that will not be paid for. The budget resolution clearly says that all will be funded. I serve on Ways and Means Committee where we're eagerly working right now to make sure that this bill is fully paid for. But second, the resources for the NASA Inspector General included in this bill are specifically to provide oversight of the management of NASA funding investments. I share perhaps not to as great a concern about the Chinese Communist Party's ability to invade NASA, but this amendment would divert resources from the important oversight purpose, which is critical given all the money that we're spending on NASA. Therefore, I cannot support this amendment and urge us to vote no.
Thank you very much. Any other requests for time? If there's no other further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
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 The noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I respectfully request supported vote.
thank you. It'll be postponed. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from California, and he's recognized, Mr. Sherman.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 14, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Page 20, line
Ask
4.
unanimous consent to dispense of the reading without objection so ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
This is probably the shortest amendment, and I hope it's the least controversial. I will try to give the shortest speech. This bill funds artificial intelligence. Our committee has recognized that artificial intelligence comes with great promise and also risks that we need to make sure that AI is controlled and is controllable. We have passed into law through the work of our committee, although as part of the National Defense Authorization Act, language to say that controllability is an essential part of artificial intelligence. However, you expect researchers to just want to break new barriers as to how many calculations can be done, how many problems can be solved. And so I think it's important when we fund AI research to remind them that controllability and safety is an essential part of AI research. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on this amendment. I'd like to thank Mr. Sherman for ensuring we have adequate safeguards when developing and deploying artificial intelligence systems. I support this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back. Any requests for time?
Mr. McNerney.
Mr. McNerney.
Well, I think the chair, and I want to thank my friend and colleague Brad Sherman for introducing this amendment. I think it's important Artificial intelligence is going to be transformative. We want to make sure that it transforms in a positive way, including job creation and including bias and misuse by security agencies. And there's a lot of aspects of AI that we need to make sure we can control. So I support this amendment and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any other requests for time? If not, then the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it and amendments agreed to. The next amendment is on the roster is offered by a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Elzie. He's recognized to offer his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 15, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Elzie.
Ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading and without objection so ordered. And I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair and members, the amendment I'm offering today would reallocate $600 million of the underlying legislation's $1.195 billion for research activities for authorized semiconductor research and development work at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, also known as NIST, that was included in last year's 2021 NDAA and the CHIPS Act for the Creating Helpful Incentives to Produce Semiconductors Act. The CHIPS Act is widely reviewed as the most significant federal action to support the semiconductor industry since partnering with Sematech in 1987. The purpose of the CHIPS Act is to coordinate federal government support for the microelectronics industry. The amendment would support advanced microelectronics packaging and microelectronic research to enable advances and breakthroughs in measurement science, standards, material characterization, instrumentation, testing, and manufacturing capabilities for the next generation of microelectronics. The development of advanced semiconductors is of vital national security and economic importance, and this manufacturing should remain in the United States. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, which advances the objective of better chips made in the United States. I urge support of this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on this amendment. And unfortunately, I must oppose the amendment that allocates 1/2 of the total NIST research funding in this bill just to for microelectronics packaging research. While it's a worthy area of research, the gentleman has not justified why it's much higher priority than every other area of research. This amendment would leave many other critical areas of research at NIST underfunded, including artificial intelligence, quantum science, cybersecurity, and much more. I continue to support additional funding for the CHIPS Act, especially as part of the bipartisan competitiveness package being discussed separately. But I must oppose this amendment and I yield back. Are there other requests for time? Then the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
request a recorded vote, please.
Okay. It's postponed. The next amendment on the roster is amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Meyer. He's recognized to offer his amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 16, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Meyer of Michigan. Page 20, line 24.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading and without objection so ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Johnson. My amendment today would reallocate $150 million, so only 15% of the $1 billion for advanced manufacturing to fund the Manufacturing USA Institute to focus specifically on domestic manufacturing of semiconductors. As all of my colleagues here know, semiconductors are critical to our daily lives. They're critical to our advanced technology development, including in areas of climate science, and most critically to the state of Michigan, they are essential to our automotive industry. From our smartphones to our automobiles, semiconductor technology is essential to both our economic security and national security interests. But over the past 3 decades, the U.S. has fallen dramatically behind.
Tomorrow, if I can make it back tonight, but if not,
fallen dramatically behind our foreign counterparts in semiconductor manufacturing. Our reliance on imported chips threatens our semiconductor supply chain and our leadership in the global technology space, which is why this amendment today is so critical. It ensures we're providing the resources necessary to increase domestic semiconductor manufacturing capability, guaranteeing a level playing field for American companies who are competing with existing foreign producers that are already receiving significant manufacturing subsidies from their own governments. These investments that we're making today will help keep America competitive in the global technology innovation ecosystem. And as we have had some concerns over other allocations, I should just note that this $150 million of the $1 billion is solely to provide funds through existing programs for advanced manufacturing, research, development, and test beds, including related administrative expenses. So it's not necessarily taking away from any other allocated pots, merely making sure that at least 15% of that amount is going towards our semiconductor supply chain research domestically. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back my time.
thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment, and I want to thank Representative Meyer for his amendment. Semiconductor manufacturing is an area of high need. I believe that NIST can put these funds to good use, and I support this amendment. I yield back. Any other requests for time?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Ms. Bice.
Ms. Rice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo the sentiments of my colleague from Michigan. But one thing to add, as a member of the House Armed Services Supply Chain Task Force, not only is this important for consumer products, but it's also incredibly important for our national security. As we've seen with these issues with semiconductor manufacturing in the U.S., makes us very reliant on other countries, including our adversaries. And so I certainly appreciate Representative Meyer bringing this forward, and I wholeheartedly support the amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any other requests for time?
Madam Chair, Mr. Perlmutter, I'd like to strike the last. Mr.
Perlmutter is recognized.
And I just agree with Mr. Meyer, Ms. Bice. If COVID's taught us anything about the supply chains, we need to have the supply chains, whether it's for semiconductors or toilet paper or a bunch of things in our country, and not be so dependent upon other countries to produce these products and produce the components. And it may cost us a little more per widget, but I think the interruption that we faced because of this pandemic really highlights the need to manufacture more things at home. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any other requests for time? Hearing none. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Baird. He's recognized to offer this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 17, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by
I ask
Mr.
unanimous consent to dispense with the reading, and without objection so ordered, I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The recent cyber attacks against U.S. critical infrastructure, like the ransomware attack on the Colonial Pipeline, the hacking of the New York City subway system, local government agency breaches, hospitals, and critical components of the American food supply chain cannot be ignored. So as such, we have a responsibility to allocate the funds necessary to properly prepare for and prevent future attacks so that our infrastructure does not fall victim to our adversaries. My amendment dedicates $150 million of NIST funds to bolster our cybersecurity and consistent with the fiscal year 22 appropriation levels for NIST, and they allocate that to the cybersecurity activities. Our adversaries like China and Russia clearly have no intention of stopping, and we cannot continue to turn a blind eye to their attempts to undermine our infrastructure. We have a responsibility to hold them accountable, and part of that plan includes dedicating the funds necessary to best prepare for future threats. So this amendment really provides clarification and enhances the long-term ability for planning for this cybersecurity research. I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment. This amendment is consistent with the intent of the bill to promote cybersecurity research. And I believe that NIST can put these funds to good use. So I support this amendment and I urge my colleagues to join me. Any other requests for time? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to. Our next amendment on the roster is offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin. He's recognized to offer his amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 18. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Babin of Texas.
Without objection, we will dispense with the reading and let me recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment would facilitate the transfer of the Office of Space Commerce, or OSC, out of NOAA and into the Office of the Secretary of Commerce, where it was originally authorized. My amendment would also fund the Office of Space Commerce to serve as a commercial storefront for the government to provide space situational awareness information to the private sector. By creating an open architecture data repository and procuring commercial space situational awareness data, we can begin to address the big challenge of orbital debris, space junk, potential collisions in space, etc. We've all heard concerns about the growing number of objects in space. Unfortunately, we don't have the best data on where all of these objects are or where they will be in the future. And while there are calls to create a space traffic management system and create new regulations, we should first figure out where things are. We need to crawl before we walk and walk before we run. My amendment would reinforce existing executive branch policy and statutory direction. Similar amendments to the appropriations bills in the past have passed by voice vote and garnered bipartisan support. The Senate recently passed a bill that instructs similar reorganization and direction. Last year, the National Academy of Public Administration recommended that the Department of Commerce take on this challenge. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to help identify, to track, and communicate space objects, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on this amendment. I speak in opposition. Quite simply, this amendment cuts funding for critically important climate and weather research and forecasting programs at NOAA, the need to which has been made abundantly clear by recent extreme weather events, the continued impact of climate change on our economy and quality of life, and the resulting human toll. We should be investing more, not less, to address those climate and weather threats. The intended recipient of the funds that this amendment would cut from NOAA's climate and weather research programs can have its requirements addressed through the regular authorization and appropriations process. There is no need to preempt the process at the cost of unacceptable cuts to NOAA's important climate and weather programs. I oppose the amendment and urge defeat of this amendment, and I yield back. Are there others wishing to seek time?
Madam Chair, this is Mr. Perlmutter. I'd like to be recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Perlmutter is recognized.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Babin and I have been working on this subject for a number of years now in reestablishing the Office of Space Commerce. So I'm very sympathetic to his amendment. But as the chairwoman has said, it cuts, I think, $20 million or something from basic climate types of research. And this one, along with a couple of other amendments that have been brought up, the infrastructure versus human space exploration, and the one on using commercial companies to provide data about the environment and about a variety of things are interesting amendments that the gentleman has proposed. I've opposed all of them, and I oppose this, but I would say to him that I'd like to work with him and others, if they so choose, and the committee to see if amendments can be drafted that are agreeable to all of us between now and when this comes to rules. And with that, I'm going to oppose the amendment, but would like to work with the gentleman as we go forward, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any requests for time?
Madam Chair. Yes, Brian
Yes,
Babin.
Mr. Babin.
Yes, ma'am. I want to say, tell my good friend from Colorado how much I appreciate him. And he and I have worked together, as he said, on this for several long years now. And I would also, and want to thank him in advance for the work we will do in the future. But I also want to just remind everyone in the meeting that the Senate passed language directing Commerce to take on space situational awareness. The House passed language in previous Congresses directing Commerce to take on situational awareness. The appropriators directed Commerce to take on situational awareness. The previous administration directed Commerce to take on situational awareness. The National Academy of Public Administration recommended that Commerce take on situational awareness. It's time to move on, and I certainly hope that I'm still looking forward to folks supporting this amendment right now. But if it doesn't work out, I'm looking forward to working with members of the on the other side of the aisle, like Mr. Perlmutter. So with that, thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
Oh.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The
Madam
next
Chair,
amendment on
could I call for a recorded vote, please, ma'am?
recorded report, a vote has been requested.
Yes, ma'am. Thank
The
you.
next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentlelady from Oklahoma, Ms. Spice, and she's recognized to offer the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 19, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Spice of Oklahoma. Page 25, line 21. Strike.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading, and without objection so ordered. I recognize the gentlelady to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. NOAA's National Mesonet Program is an alliance between universities and private weather companies, which collectively includes over 1,750 weather monitoring stations across 28 different states. The network of monitoring stations fills large data voids and enhances weather forecasters' situational awareness during severe weather events. Because the data can be hyper-localized, it is able to predict events like thunderstorms, wind gusts, heat bursts, and dry lines that would go undetected by other weather observation systems. The National Mesonet Program saves the federal government money by efficiently leveraging existing non-federal weather monitoring assets instead of building, owning, operating, and maintaining their own that would be a much higher cost. Oklahoma's Mesonet has been labeled the gold standard of environmental monitoring systems and is one of the states who participate in the national program. Because it also includes environmental data like insulation and soil conditions, in addition to normal surface weather observations, many farmers, ranchers, and businesses in Oklahoma rely on the Mesonet for their daily operations. It is my hope that each of the 50 states will one day have a Mesonet system that rivals Oklahoma's. But cost and capital to get the top tier program up and running is the number one barrier. And although the stations themselves are relatively cheap, states are hesitant to use limited budget resources on establishing a new program. My amendment seeks to infuse the National Mesonet Program with funding to help those states who want to build out or expand their Mesonet programs. When this happens, not only will citizens in each state benefit from more accurate weather forecasts, but NOAA will also gain access to a treasure trove of data that will help develop algorithms and models. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Stansbury is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would actually reduce the investments designated for NOAA to recruit, educate, and train a climate-ready workforce. These investments, as we all know, are crucial to ensuring that NOAA can help provide on-the-ground support for communities to enhance climate adaptation and resilience. We know and have heard how important it is for the federal government to play a role in helping communities to better prepare for, build resilience to, and adapt to extreme events that are being exacerbated by climate change. The devastation that we've seen from Hurricane Ida and other climate disasters underscore how important this is. I cannot support any reduction to these vital investments that will help our communities prepare against the impacts of climate change. Therefore, Madam Chair, I respectfully oppose this amendment and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman Johnson. And I want to thank my colleague from Oklahoma for her willingness to lead on environmental and weather issues. Any of my colleagues who've been around the Science Committee for a few years have heard my praises for the Oklahoma Mesonet. In 1984, flooding killed 14 people in the Tulsa, Oklahoma area. The state's emergency managers realized they were not receiving accurate and useful data quickly enough to alert citizens about flooding chances. From that tragedy, that terrible tragedy, came a joint collaboration between Oklahoma State University and the University of Oklahoma, which has since become the premier mesoscale system in the nation. Oklahoma's Mesonet is an amazing system that collects weather information every 5 minutes from 121 stations across the state, including at least one station in every county. I personally use data from the Cheyenne station, not that many miles from my home. I can access the cattle comfort index, soil moisture, dispersion conditions that are essential for ranch operations. It's accurate, and best of all, it's free to everyone. Although we are extremely blessed to have this available in Oklahoma, not every state offers this program, and that's why I support the amendment. Every citizen across the country deserves access to this level of weather forecasting. And it's not just farmers and ranchers who will benefit. The Mesonet can gather atmospheric data like air quality for urban communities, as well as information on ocean conditions and sea level for local communities. If accepted, this amendment will give the National Mesonet Program the funds necessary to assist communities across the country to either set up a program or upgrade their current capacities. In return, NOAA will have access to more data, which will improve our national forecasting capacities. This is the definition of a win-win. And I'd make this last point to my colleagues. We already have this in Oklahoma. This is not going to make a dramatically better mesonet system in Oklahoma. It's sharing the success we have with the rest of you. So whatever happens in Mr. Perlmutter's state of Colorado, or in Kansas, or in Texas, or in Arkansas, we'll have a little forewarning before you share your weather with us. And besides, the renewable energy people use this information keenly to create wind pattern forecasting for potential wind farm sites and to record the availability of solar energy for potential solar panel sites. It's a win-win for everybody. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I thank my colleague from Oklahoma for wanting to share our success with the rest of the country, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any requests for time? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
Nay.
No.
The noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, on this one, I request a recorded vote for the sake of everyone in the United States.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to do one more amendment and then we're going to have a 10-minute break. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment by the gentlelady from Oklahoma, Ms. Spice. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 20, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mrs. Price of Oklahoma. Page 29, line 16. Strike.
Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading. And I recognize the gentlelady for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The National Weather Center brings together federal, state, and academic units to improve our understandings of Earth's atmosphere. NOAA, the National Weather Service, the Department of Interior, and the state of Oklahoma all have a presence in this collaborative state-of-the-art facility located in Norman, Oklahoma. Services housed in the National Weather Center building provide life and property saving services for Americans across the country, thanks to their accurate and timely forecasts. NOAA's National Severe Weather Storms Laboratory is housed in the National Weather Center and works closely with fellow NWC tenants, the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center, to forecast and study severe weather events all across the country. With more severe events happening each year, the need for more equipment, more full-time employees, and more space to operate is becoming more urgent. The building also serves as a training ground for the next generation of meteorologists. If we expect a younger generation of students to enter this field, we need to offer attractive facilities and instruments to pique their interest and retain them when they are experts. My amendment enables the National Weather Center to undergo a much-needed expansion, increasing the research, development, and collaboration among public and private organizations. It is also my hope that this will allow the National Weather Center to bring in new partners. This will only serve to benefit NOAA, the Weather Center, and all organizations involved. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Any request for time? Let me recognize myself to speak on the amendment. The committee print includes investments for NOAA to support research infrastructure. The language in the committee print includes direction for the agency to address both deferred maintenance of facilities as well as improvements for specific equipment and instruments. This amendment would set aside a portion of this money for one specific facility. We believe it is important to provide NOAA with flexibility to identify the highest priority research infrastructure needs across the committee's jurisdiction and have purposefully not identified any specific facility by name. So therefore, I oppose this amendment. Anyone seeking time?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the ranking member of the Environment Subcommittee and my esteemed colleague from Oklahoma for offering this amendment. Since opening in July of 2006, the National Weather Center has made invaluable contributions to United States weather enterprise. This center has directly saved lives, improved our understanding of the Earth's atmosphere, and provided accurate, timely forecasts on everyday weather. From the original WSR 57 to Doppler radar, today's phased array radars, research at the National Severe Storms Laboratory within the Weather Center has made radar one of the most valuable tools available to our forecasters. And I firmly believe that none of this would have been possible without the one-of-a-kind federal, state, and academic collaboration and environment that only the National Weather Center offers. But like my colleague from Oklahoma pointed out, the next generation won't settle for the same old show. To fulfill the last pillar of the center's mission, to educate and train future meteorologists, we need to ensure that the facility remains world-class. By attracting the best meteorologists and training them with the best equipment, we can ensure that every citizen in the United States will have better forecasting and severe weather predictions, which could give them the advanced warning they need to avoid a catastrophe. I want to end by strongly encouraging my colleagues to visit the great state of Oklahoma and the National Weather Center. Now, it may not be in the 3rd District of Oklahoma that I represent. It may not be in the 5th District represented by Congresswoman Vice, but come to Oklahoma and visit it. If not just for the breathtaking view from the rooftop observation deck, go for the 500 research scientists, faculty, and support staff who will gladly show you the life-saving work they are doing and the incredible science behind it. I know we have, in the majority, a limited amount of flexibility in a reconciliation markup. I appreciate that completely. But I do urge my colleagues to support this amendment because once again, it makes a difference to the whole country. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. Any requests for time? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment.
To ensure small firms in emerging markets have fair access to program funds. A concerted effort is needed.
I'm sorry, somebody's unmuted. All those in favor say aye.
And I consider my district.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it and the amendment's not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
That is noted, and we will add it to the list. Let me say, members, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and when we return, Mr. Paul Muller will have the chair for a while. I want to say that we now have 12 requested votes on amendments, and we have approximately 16 more amendments to go. We're moving well, but I want you to keep that in mind, and perhaps we can set a time. We know there are several other committees doing markups today. So when we get back, maybe we can estimate a time of which we can start the votes on the amendments that are proposed. So in 10 minutes, Mr. Paul Mutter will be here, and then we'll continue after that.
We're now on Amendment 21 by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Lucas, you're recognized to offer your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 21, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered, will be dispensed with and considered as read.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman,
Chairman.
Mr. Lucas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment emphasizes the importance of the commercial sector when it comes to space weather forecasting and observations. Last Congress, the committee passed my good friend, Representative Perlmutter's Pro-SWIFT Act, which expanded the scope of federal research related to space weather. As a part of the regular legislative process, I had an amendment adopted that allowed NOAA to establish a pilot program to acquire data from commercial partners. This is a tried and proven method when it comes to improving forecasting and observations. A near identical program for weather data was included in my bill, the Weather Research and Forecasting Innovation Act of 2017. And just a few weeks ago, NOAA awarded a third commercial data order resulting from the program, cementing its success and contribution to NOAA's mission. This same success can be accomplished for space weather data. Giving federal agencies the ability to purchase data for operational use is the most cost-effective solution to acquiring timely, accurate data on space weather events. It also has the benefit of spurring competition in the private sector, leading to significant advances in data quality and understanding. The underlying bill does include funding for the Pro-SWIFT Act broadly, but my amendment ensures that there's a specific carve-out for commercial data purchases. The data acquired through this program will supplement the instruments and spacecraft developed through coordinated federal government activities. We simply need to make sure that NOAA has the funding to buy this data. And before I yield back, I would note to our acting chairman that I very much appreciate the comments made by Chairwoman Johnson just before we broke. And a timely and orderly fashion of concluding today is one of my personal goals too. But for those members on both sides of the aisle, particularly the underclassmen, reconciliation is a different process than most any other legislative process. And it is one where the minority has far less influence even than the junior members, the rank and file of the majority. This will well be our last opportunity to offer discussion, amendments, to have votes, to try and affect policy through this process. So it's very important that in the minority, we maintain that right to be heard, while the majority certainly has the right and the responsibility to govern. So with that said, I know my acting chairman will be very enthusiastic about this amendment since it involves some of he and I's great efforts, but I also understand the nature and the lay of the political land. While I cannot encourage my colleagues to not request votes when they feel it's important, I know we'll do the right thing on this amendment. And without regard to whatever the result is, I will not on this occasion ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman, a show of good faith amongst old colleagues. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back and appreciate the comity and the friendship with which he offers his position not to ask for a recorded vote. And I would just say thank you to Mr. Lucas. You and I have worked on the Pro-SWIFT Act and issues regarding space weather for 5 or 6 years now. And I appreciate your attention. But I would oppose the gentleman's amendment because it reallocates and redirects $25 million of the funding in contradiction of what I think the initial intent of the Pro-SWIFT Act is. I remain grateful for this committee's work on space weather so we can better prepare our nation for space weather events by breaking down barriers between space weather research and the operational space weather forecasters. That was exactly what the Pro-SWIFT Act was designed to do, and I can tell you it's already working at the many agencies involved. So I appreciate the ranking member's amendment, but I must oppose it because it is focused on the weather data pilot program, which is not really ready for the kind of funding that he has proposed. As the gentleman likely remembers, we specifically adopted language to the bill which allows the pilot program to enter into contracts only after the work on space weather integrated strategy is completed. There are several steps that still need to be completed before the strategy will be finished, and NOAA will be able to solicit commercial space weather data contracts pursuant to this ProSwift Act. So I oppose the amendment, but as I said with Dr. Bavin, I look forward to continuing to work with the ranking member on this subject and to work with all my colleagues to support implementation of the ProSwift Act. And I yield back and ask if there's any other
Mr. Chairman
request for time. Mr. Weber.
Yeah, I will agree not to ask for a recorded vote too if you will support the gentleman's amendment.
Well, I appreciate the request from Mr. Weber, the gentleman from Texas, but I'm going to oppose the amendment. And if you ask for a recorded vote, we'll take a recorded vote. We do not want to in any way trample on the minority's rights to seek votes when they believe it's necessary. If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Like aye. For the industrial.
All those opposed, please say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, while I will not request a recorded vote, I would suspect I will enjoy the recorded votes 18 months from now much better than these. Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Weber, if you have something to add, unlike the comment by Mr. Lucas just then.
Just want to say thank you for your indulgence. You're a good sport.
All right, thank you. We will move on now to Amendment 22 by Ms. Bice from Oklahoma. She's recognized to offer her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Oh, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 22, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Bice.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading, and without objection, it is so ordered. Ms. Bice, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The established program to stimulate competitive research, otherwise abbreviated as EPSCoR, has been funding areas across the country that historically receive less financial support for research and development projects for the last 40 years. There are currently 28 states that are eligible to participate in EPSCoR, including my home state of Oklahoma. EPSCoR provides support for key research areas in Oklahoma's public universities, while also establishing partnerships with higher ed, government, and industry to effect lasting progress in the state's research infrastructure, research and development capacity, and R&D competitiveness. Right now, our country is in a constant battle with China for technological advancements. And to stay competitive, it is crucial that we continue to fund R&D throughout America, especially in underserved communities. In this committee, we oftentimes mention the importance of STEM education. By funding EPSCoR, we are supporting access to quality STEM education for every student, no matter where they're from. My amendment would designate 20% of the $3.4 billion this bill provides for research equipment, facilities, and infrastructure to go to projects based in EPSCoR eligible states. These projects will have tremendous impact on the access to high quality research experiences for STEM students in these other underserved communities, and in effect, increase their overall competitiveness of such research and STEM education programs in the EPSCoR states. Providing more funding for EPSCoR will enrich our future generations for a more advanced society, one that is competitive on a global scale. With that in mind, I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and push our country forward with EPSCoR. I now reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there any further discussion on Ms. Bice's amendment? I'll recognize myself on her amendment. I want to thank Ms. Bice for her amendment. I support the amendment. The chair supports the amendment. It is consistent with the intent of the underlying bill to grow our STEM talent pool by providing more research opportunities in communities that have often been overlooked. And I recognize Mr. Foster's concerns about the allocation process, but unless we change that, this still benefits and improves the bill in order for more institutions across our nation to be competitive for research awards. Their faculty and students must first have access to cutting-edge research facilities and instrumentation. I urge the adoption of the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Oklahoma. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Foster is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. I just want to reiterate, how broken the whole concept of using states as the basis of it. Consider your home state of Colorado. If you're in the Denver area, you are not being shorted for nearby federal investments in research. If you're on the other side of the mountains or on the far eastern side of the state, you're effectively out of touch with all of those investments. And so what you want as an endpoint, if your goal is to make it so that your ability and your probability of receiving federal research money is independent of where you live, you want to have the federal research spending more or less map the population density of the United States. And that can be done in fairly simple ways. There are many formulas in that the Agriculture Committee deals with all the time that correctly identify truly rural areas instead of using the very blunt instruments of states, or you end up with this amendment, for example, funneling even more money into Brown University. As I said, Ivy League, $4 billion, they're sitting on $4 billion of investment fund. They are not underserved in any way. And yet, because we're using this really flawed designation thing, they're in line ahead of many people in, for example, rural Colorado. And with that, I yield back. I hope our committee has a serious look at fixing the designation. Yield back.
Mr. Chairman, Frank Lucas.
Mr. Lucas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the chair's endorsement of this amendment. I strongly support my colleague from Oklahoma's amendment. The amendment ensures that 20% of the $3.4 billion in this bill provided to the National Science Foundation for research enabling equipment, facilities, and infrastructure projects go to states that historically have received a low share of research and development funds as identified through the established program to stimulate competitive research, EPSCoR. These investments in research infrastructure will have a major impact on EPSCoR eligible states by enhancing their capacity to conduct nationally competitive research. It may lead to access to advanced computing or state-of-the-art lab facilities at the University of New Mexico or a new maker space for K students in Orbit, Oklahoma. A major focus for me as ranking of this committee has been to ensure that STEM opportunities reach more Americans beyond the coast or the top 50 in universities. EPSCoR plays a critical role in making that happen, and the equipment, facilities, and infrastructure these funds will support will open doors to opportunities for students across the nation and ignite their interest in STEM. I fully agree with my colleagues' comments. We need to look at how these resources are handled, but the important note is these resources have to be available. I want to thank the gentlewoman for offering this amendment and encourage all my colleagues to support, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, Caston.
Mr. Caston, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
So I'm not going to need the whole 5 minutes, but I really want to thank Congressman Foster for consistently raising this issue. And it's maybe not coincidental that the two folks from Illinois are making noise about this as one of the states that's consistently on the wrong end of those payer metrics. We pay a lot more in federal income taxes as Illinoisans than we receive back from the federal government. And frankly, looking around, that's true for a lot of other people on this committee as well. Bill has been such a consistent advocate for fixing this problem. It is a problem that we in the House should not face because we in the House work for an institution that our founders designed to represent people. The folks on the other side of Capitol Hill are in an institution that our founders designed to represent land. We're all in this horribly frustrating reconciliation process at the mercy of some obscure Senate procedural rules. And I would hope that at this point, if we don't do it now, when are we going to fix this problem of sending money away from taxpayers and towards land? And so, Congressman Foster, thanks for bringing it up. I will continue to support this. And it has nothing to do with the underlying policy issues that are being raised. It's that if we do not, on our committees of jurisdiction, address this fundamental flaw in the way we shift money around, shame on us, because we're not representing our constituents. So thank you. And I will support Mr. Foster's objection.
Gentleman yields back. It sounds like the two gentlemen from Illinois have an amendment or a new bill that they'd like to be bringing before the Congress, and we will see that when it's ready to be heard by all of us. But we are dealing with Ms. Bice's Amendment 22. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment from the gentlewoman from Oklahoma, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Next, we will take up Amendment 23 by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim. She is recognized to offer her amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 23, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Kim of California.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hardworking California workers and families in my district are seeing the impacts of inflation each day and are bearing the brunt of this nationwide 30-year inflation high. My constituents are paying more for everything, especially gas, with the average price of gasoline in California rising from $3.26 in January to $4.32 per gallon in August. The average price of gasoline in my district is more than $1 higher than the national average. Instead of making wise investments in a broad array of energy forms, including nuclear and gas, this reconciliation process cuts critical R&D funding that could bring the cost of energy down and lessen the inflation crisis. This legislation seeks to remove our energy market to mirror California's, which relies heavily on imported electricity and results in electricity blackouts, higher gas prices, and higher utility costs. That is why I'm introducing an amendment repurposing $1 million for the National Science Foundation to conduct an economic study on the impacts of inflation on the American people and the U.S. economy. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment so we can have a better understanding of the effects of narrow-minded energy policy and reckless spending on hardworking American families. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from
California.
I'm sorry, it was telling me that I was muted, but I wasn't muted. So the gentlewoman from California yields back. Is there any discussion on her amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byers, recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And with much respect for my friend from California, I think this is a completely unnecessary amendment. There is a body of literature that we have spent hundreds of millions of dollars on inflation. Some of the best minds in our country and in the world for the last 100 years studying this. We know about inflation. We certainly would agree that sustained inflation higher than 5% is really bad for us. Similarly, deflation, anything less than 0% is really bad for us, even scarier. We hate it when the value of our assets, our home, our 401k, our stock market stuff goes down. Yes, we had a short-term bump this summer, but let's look just at July or June, which was the all-time high, a little more than 5%. Literally half of it was used car prices. And used car prices were at 10% because the rental car companies depleted their fleets during COVID and had to, instead of selling their cars at the auctions, they went to the cars and competed against honest car dealers buying those cars, drove the prices way, way up. There's a chip shortage, which has resulted from the fire in Japan and the freeze in Texas. And that too has driven up used car and new car prices. And let's also note that our internal fiscal stuff that we do, the spending and the raising of revenues, has virtually nothing to do with the price of gasoline. Gasoline is not based on monetary supply, but rather the kinds of decisions that are being made in Russia and in the OPEC countries. So this is completely unnecessary. This morning, the 5-year Treasury rate was 0.81%. We have seen what the stock market thinks about inflation. They think that it is not a factor at all. We have both the Federal Reserve, whose part of their twofold mission is to control inflation. The Republican chair of the Fed is not worried at this time. Janet Yellen, our Treasury Secretary and a former Fed chair, is also not worried. Plus, with an interest rate as low as it is, if inflation does become an issue, it is something that we have the tools to deal with right away. So the last thing we need to do is take $1 million away from basic research where we can learn something new and spend it on something that we know all too well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you for recognizing me. And certainly I support Congresswoman Kim's amendment. I promised early on that I'd stay focused in my comments, so I will. We won't engage in an economic discussion about how, as an institution, we've taken the national debt from 20 trillion to 29 trillion. We won't discuss all the extra trillions in this bill. Simply, we'll say our economic rebound from COVID-19 pandemic faces serious challenges. We continue to see disappointing job numbers and a stagnant labor force participation rate. And anyone who's been to the gas pump, as the Congresswoman pointed out, or the grocery store lately, can attest that we are currently seeing price increases for goods and services across the board. Now, with a consumer price index growth of 5.4% in July, year over year, we cannot ignore inflation and just hope it goes away. Some of us were around in the late 1970s and early 80s when the Federal Reserve had to take dramatic and extremely painful action to squeeze double-digit inflation out of the system. Millions of Americans lost their jobs and struggled to put food on the table. We should not go down that road again. Starting early in 2020, Congress spent about $5.4 trillion responding directly to the pandemic. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Unfortunately, now my Democrat friends want to raise taxes and pass the largest spending bill in history, to the tune of $3.5 trillion, on a wish list of policies entirely unrelated to our economic recovery. Unlike my colleagues across the aisle, I do not believe we can keep spending trillions and trillions of dollars with no long-term repercussions. My colleague's amendment would allow the NSF to conduct a study on the impact of inflation on the American people as the U.S. economy rebounds from COVID-19 pandemic, and with a national debt that's now north of 28.7, getting close to $29 trillion, and inflationary risks on the rise, this straightforward amendment is sensible, I'm afraid necessary, and it's absolutely timely. We don't want to go back to what we went through before. And if this will help us avoid the repeating mistakes of the past, then I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And I thank the Congresswoman for her efforts in making this happen. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll recognize myself to speak on this amendment, and the chair must oppose this amendment. While this may be a worthy topic of research, we should not be establishing a new precedent of requiring a specific NSF research grant topic in law. We must continue to rely on the National Science Foundation's gold standard merit review process to identify and fund the best science. And with that, I will yield back, ask if there is any other discussion. Seeing none, the vote is now on the amendment offered by Ms. Kim from California. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it. Is there any request? Seeing none,
I request for a recorded vote.
the gentlelady requests a recorded vote. That's been noted, and the vote on Amendment 23 will be postponed. The next amendment is amendment offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida. Gentleman's recognized to offer his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 24. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. I recognize Mr. Waltz for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
And Mr. Chairman, thank you. Of the $7.5 billion authorized for the National Science Foundation, this amendment would set aside $25 million specifically for the Office of the Chief of Research, Security, Strategy, and Policy at NSF. That office, as we've discussed in this committee before, leads the NSF efforts to develop and implement strategies to improve research and security, and advise the NSF director on offices pertaining to all aspects of research and security strategy. We've discussed in both this committee and the Research and Technology Subcommittee that the IG, the Inspector General at NSF, has received 1,000% increase in referrals from the FBI pertaining to fraud and theft, much of that stemming from the Chinese Communist Party. So the purpose of this amendment is to ensure the NSF has the resources necessary to implement commensurate security measures with this overall increase in their remit and their budget. We must protect our research and development at NSF, and it's a responsibility, I believe, strongly of this committee to put those resources in place. Our previous legislation, NSF for the Future, increased the office, which was a poor single woman, an army of one, trying to handle all of this. But I think we need to add resources commensurate with what we're discussing here in this overall package. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Waltz. You yield back. We're on Amendment 24. I may have misstated it because Mr. Waltz has Amendments 24 and 25. So we're on Amendment 24. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 24? Seeing none, the chair recognizes himself to speak on the amendment. I want to thank the gentleman for his amendment. It aligns with our bipartisan agreement in the NSF for the Future Act to support ongoing agency efforts to mitigate threats to research, security, and integrity. Support this amendment, and I yield back. Is there any further discussion on Mr. Waltz's Amendment 24? Seeing none, the question's on Amendment 24. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Next, we have Amendment 25 by Mr. Waltz. You're recognized to offer your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 25. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment, and without objection, it is so ordered. Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment sets aside $15 million for the environmental cleanup of Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico, which many of you know, and we recently had a CODEL to observe, was catastrophically damaged in Hurricane Maria, resulting in it no longer being able to use for everything from deep space radar. Those of you who worry about meteor strikes, we've lost the capability to detect it months in advance, but also fundamental and applied research that was inspiring students from not just Puerto Rico, but from all over the world. It truly served as a magnet for space research and is now no longer operable. The amendment also would set aside $454 million for the construction of the next generation Arecibo telescope and other repairs. But unfortunately, we do not have the complete planning and requirements in place at this time from the National Science Foundation. So while I offer the amendment, I will also have to withdraw it. And I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman is withdrawing his objection. There is no objection to him withdrawing the objection. The amendment is withdrawn, and we will proceed to Amendment 26, offered by Dr. Baird. Dr. Baird, you're recognized for 5 minutes. You're recognized to offer your amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the title.
Amendment number 26, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Baird.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Dr. Baird, you're recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The semiconductor chips, that we've referred to in some of the other amendments, are in everything from our cell phones to fighter jets and have become essential parts of our everyday life and our national security. Today also represents a key component in our domestic supply chains, and we must secure those. Given the increased threats from our adversaries on key parts of our supply chain, the demand for increased security measures are higher than ever and require additional resources in order for us to properly neutralize them. U.S. dominance in semiconductor research and manufacturing is critical to our economic and national security as the world becomes increasingly digitalized. The Chinese Communist Party has recognized this and investing over $150 billion in semiconductors to be a global leader in this key technology. My amendment, which designates $500 million of NSF funds to be used for semiconductor manufacturing research for the next 5 years, will play an integral role in safeguarding our infrastructure and supply chain integrity against our adversaries and an investment in future American innovation with American job creation in mind. This amendment empowers our nation by generating resources that promote advancement while improving security, and I sincerely hope my colleagues join me in supporting our national security and technological advancements. This amendment is in line with the Bipartisan CHIPS Act many of you supported in the last Congress, and is also in line with the work our committee has recently conducted towards innovation and competition. I urge your support. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Ms. Lofgren, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I must oppose this amendment to allocate $500 million to microelectronics research at NSF. Now, this is, in fact, as the gentleman has indicated, a very worthy area of research. And as a matter of fact, I'm the co-chair of the Semiconductor Caucus along with Mike McCall. However, the proposed level of funding is out of proportion with the current funding level and the funds provided in the underlying bill. And I do think, as many have said, it is important to be cautious about allocating funding that might undermine the NSF merit review process. And as the gentleman has also recognized, we are pursuing in the regular order the CHIP Act, which I think will accomplish much of what we all hope to do. So regretfully, I must oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. Is there any further discussion on Mr. Baird's amendment? Is there any further discussion? I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. Oppose the amendment. The chair opposes the amendment to allocate $500 million to microelectronics research at NSF. And as Ms. Lofgren said, although this is a worthy area of research, the funding request by Mr. Baird in his amendment is out of proportion. And so with that, I oppose the amendment and I yield back. Is there any further discussion on amendment number 26 by Representative Baird? Seeing none, the question's on the amendment offered by Representative Baird. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed to amendment 26 by Representative Baird, please say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative.
Mr. Representative Baird, I request a recorded vote.
Mr. Baird requests a recorded vote. The recorded vote is noted. We will postpone Amendment 26 for later proceedings. We will now move on to Amendment 27, which is offered by Mr. Feenstra of Iowa. Gentleman's recognized top. Sorry, you're recognized to offer your amendment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please read the title to the amendment.
Amendment number 27, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Feenstra.
Okay, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Lucas. I'm introducing this amendment to help continue and increase the share in research and STEM education funding for states eligible for the established program to stimulate competitive research called EPSCoR. Similar to Representative LaTurner's amendment on regional investment and Representative Bice's amendment to research equipment and facilities, my amendment aims to make sure rural states like Iowa are not overlooked when it comes to STEM education and research funding. The 25 states and 3 territories in EPSCoR, including my home state of Iowa, represent only a fraction of the NSF and R&D budget. Those of us eligible for EPSCoR grants receive less than 12% of all federal research funding. Again, this number includes 1/2 of the states in our country. In comparison, the top 5 states in federal research funding, most of which are on the East and West Coast, receive well over 40% of all funding. My amendment simply would help level the playing field, allocating 20% of this funding from the NSF for states that are overlooked for federal funding for research STEM education. Many of these states, like Iowa, are in the American heartland. Great work is being done in these research institutions across states like my own, Nebraska, Oklahoma, and South Dakota. Bright minds making vital discoveries should not be worried about their zip code when considering their chances for receiving grants. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am absolutely certain that the gentleman has the best intentions in the world with this amendment. Unfortunately, I cannot support it. We have had much success working across the aisle on policies and funding to tap into STEM talent all across the country and for all regions. However, as we agreed to in the NSF for the Future Act, which, by the way, passed the House with a huge bipartisan vote, simply putting 20% of all competitive research awards into EPSCoR is not the best way to address regional and institutional diversity in our research enterprises. I think the approach we took in the NSF for the Future Act is the right one in terms of addressing research diversity, and I look forward to getting that bill signed into law during this Congress. And I agree with the gentleman that it is important that all regions of our country have the opportunity to participate in our great research endeavor. I just don't think this is the best way to accomplish that. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 27 by Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Caston, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Sorry, I wasn't seeking recognition. Apologize.
All right, I thought you were. My apologies. Anybody else? Mr. Lucas, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I strongly support the gentleman from Iowa's amendment. The amendment, of course, ensures that 20% of the $7.55 billion in this bill provided NSF for research and STEM education is available in states that are eligible for EPSCoR. I won't belabor to the point other than to simply say in my home state of Oklahoma, the EPSCoR program has engaged 60,000 K through 12 students and teachers in STEM, including through an innovative statewide Girl Scouts STEM program. It's also added more than 25 new faculty positions at Oklahoma universities. Again, I'm not going to belabor the point. It is simply the fact is you shouldn't be disadvantaged because of where you live or what community you're a part of. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any other discussion? Anybody else want to be recognized? If not, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment. And again, we've had several conversations about EPSCoR, and this the 20% allocation really seems to avoid the bill that Ms. Lofgren spoke about, our NSF for the Future Act. So the chair appreciates the gentleman's intention here, but opposes the amendment. And if there is no further discussion, the question is on passage of Amendment 27 by Mr. Feenstra. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, it's close, but the amendment is defeated. Noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
I think that's a fair request by the gentleman from Iowa. A recorded vote has been requested, and we will postpone this for later votes. Next we have is Amendment 28 by the ranking member, Mr. Lucas, who's recognized to offer his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment, please.
Amendment number 28. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Lucas.
Without objection, the reading of this amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 5 minutes to describe his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, congratulations to you and the chairwoman. We're making record time. I believe this might be my last amendment of the day, so the sun is about to shine, no doubt. With that, this amendment would prohibit any of the $7.6 billion funding this bill provides to the National Science Foundation for research and STEM-related activities from being used to establish a new Directorate of Technology Innovation. I'm very proud of the National Science Foundation for the Future Act and the thoughtful and deliberative process this committee took, which allowed for it to pass through the House on a bipartisan basis. It charts a course for the future of the NSF that supports fundamental research and drives U.S. and science innovation forward. But this reconciliation bill is putting the cart before the horse by providing NSF billions in dollars for research activities, including use inspired.
Mr. Lucas, would you hold for a second? Several people, I think, are unmuted, need to mute themselves. Thank you. Please continue.
But this reconciliation bill is putting the cart before the horse by providing the NSF billions of dollars for research activities, including use-inspired and translational research, before any of this important policy guidance has been agreed to by Congress. We have yet to settle major policy disagreements between the House and the Senate, which is what we should be focused on instead of spending our time on this partisan spending spree. I have serious concerns that this reconciliation process will stall all of the momentum that we have to get our American competitiveness bills over the finish line and to the president's desk. In the NSF for the Future Act, we put a great deal of care into crafting a new directorate that improves NSF's ability to advance fundamental research. Our proposed directorate for science and engineering solutions takes the basic research funded by NSF and helps apply those discoveries to solving national challenges from cybersecurity to climate change. We also propose a funding profile for the new directorate that is practical, sustainable, and in balance with the rest of the foundation. But without this amendment, this bill is guaranteed to undercut this committee's ability to come to an agreement with the Senate on what the future of the foundation should be. And most troublesome, I'm concerned it will give the majority leader, Mr. Schumer, the means to bypass the House and pressure the NSF into his version of a new directorate. I strongly encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. And yes, I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Is there any further discussion on his amendment 28? If not, I'll recognize myself to speak on this amendment. And unfortunately, as much as I hate opposing the ranking member on any of his requests, I must, with respect to his proposal. The House and Senate have voted, and we have a bicameral, bipartisan agreement that a new NSF directorate is appropriate. We do still need to work out important differences with the Senate. I guess I'm not as pessimistic in terms of working out something with the Senate and Senator Schumer in terms of this new directorate. It is my hope we can come to quick agreement on the authorization bill and send a bill to the president's desk by year's end. In the meantime, the NSF has legitimate authority to reorganize by creating a new directorate as proposed in the budget. If anything, NSF's own vision for its new technology, innovation, and partnerships directorate is closely aligned in scope and purpose with the directorate this committee endorsed in the NSF for the Future Act. The agency is currently going through the appropriate channels in seeking congressional approval for the reprogramming. I don't think it's appropriate at this time to prevent them from using funds in this act for that purpose. And for these reasons, I oppose the amendment, pledge to work with the gentleman from Oklahoma as this bill moves forward and as the authorization bill moves forward as well. Mr. Lucas, you've remained unmuted. Would you like to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I yield to the gentleman.
I very much appreciate the points that you raised. Having served in this body both in the majority and the minority, having chaired a full conference committee on a farm bill with the other body, having dealt with the other body for 27 years, having been a part as a rank and file member in the minority of big financial services conference bills, as you have, it is a challenging process. I would just suggest that we have done some really good work together in this committee. The other side does not legislate in the same style that we do in the House. There is a reason, if you read the history books, that the House has always been historically admired from the founding of the country for our work ethic and the way we do things. I just want to make sure that with the amount of money at stake and with the future very well of this nation and maybe civilization as we know it, that we do the right thing. I just happen to think that the right thing is what the Republicans and the Democrats on the Science Committee believe and believe together. With that, we have to cast our votes in the best possible way we can for our constituents. But my goodness, let the other body decide what to do. Oh my goodness. Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. I would disagree with the gentleman that we're abdicating to the Senate, but many of his points are well taken. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 28 by Mr. Lucas? Seeing none, the question now is on Amendment 28 by the gentleman from Oklahoma. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, let's have one more roll call vote at the end of the day, please.
Gentleman from Oklahoma requests a recorded vote. Vote on Amendment 28 will be postponed. We now move to Amendment 29, offered by the gentleman from Texas. Mr. Babin, gentleman's recognized to offer his amendment.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please report the title to the amendment.
Amendment number 29, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Babin.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If we're going to authorize new spending new spending in science and technology, we must make sure that it's being protected. The FBI and the intelligence agencies have continually warned Congress about the threat of foreign espionage in U.S. science and technology, and particularly on university campuses. China's investment in development and not on basic research implies that they are building their technological successes on the basic research developed in the United States and from our allies around the world. We've even seen the infiltration of Chinese influence in our university systems on several different occasions at our own top institutions. We've got to work to ensure that foreign nationals from China coming to study at our universities do not undermine our open system of research. And that's why I introduced this very simple amendment, which stipulates that none of the funds provided by this title may be obligated or expended to an institute of higher education that maintains a contract or an agreement between that institution and a Confucius Institute. It is critical that we take every step possible to mitigate adversarial threats by protecting our research institutions. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on Amendment 29 offered by Mr. Babin?
Mr. Chairman.
Who's that? Mr. Weber, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to say I wholeheartedly support my colleague's amendment. We live in a dangerous world and a dangerous time. Pardon me. And while it's true that we are focused on things that are important to the American people, whether it's climate change, whether it's the price of energy, as we all saw in Afghanistan, an uncertain world where our enemies are willing, ready, quite able to kill us. This is important because we have the outside influence of a nation that is not, I repeat, not our friend. So I would hope that we would be very, very bipartisan in this, and we would support my colleague's amendment. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. You yield back. Chair recognizes himself to speak on this amendment. And even though two good friends from Texas have supported this amendment, I oppose this amendment. The amendment's misplaced. This bill is about investing in research and research infrastructure. We address legitimate research security concerns in this bill with robust funding for inspectors general at all the agencies. In addition, Chair supported Mr. Waltz's amendment to fund the NSF Research Security Office. But Confucius Institutes have nothing to do with the research security. We should not be looking to address all of our concerns about China in this particular bill. For that reason, I oppose the amendment. As I've said many times, I look forward to continuing to work across the aisle on productive solutions to our research security concerns. With that, I oppose the amendment and ask for any further discussion on Mr. Babin's amendment number 29. Seeing none, and to keep Mr. Elsie interested, we'll call for a vote on amendment 29. All those in favor of Mr. Babin's amendment 29, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I want to ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, recorded vote has been asked by Mr. Babin and Mr. Weber.
Well, I'm just trying to keep Mr. LZ interested, that's all.
All right, a recorded vote has been requested. Vote on amendment 29 will be postponed. The next amendment up is the amendment 30 offered by Ms. Bice of Oklahoma. Ms. Bice.
Mr. Chairman, I will be offering that amendment.
Okay, that's good. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, is recognized to offer his amendment.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please read the title to Amendment 30.
Amendment number 30. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber is without objection. The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And Mr. Weber, you're now recognized for 5 minutes to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated, I'm offering this amendment on behalf of Mrs. Bice and join her in attempting to protect all Americans against the rising problem of energy insecurity. Right now, we are looking down the barrel of an economically troubled future with out-of-control inflation and rising costs for everything from gasoline to consumer goods. In case you don't know, gas prices are up about $1 a gallon from this time a scant year ago, thanks in large part to dramatic and drastic shifts in energy policy, including cancellation of the Keystone Pipeline, which, by the way, comes into my district. Let me put that in perspective for you. 840,000 gallons of crude oil, barrel of crude oil a day. When the Colonial Pipeline system failed because of hackers several months back and was out for 3 or 4, 5 days, whatever it was, which was fed a lot of energy from our district, it moves 2.5 million barrels of product a day. The Keystone Pipeline is literally 1/3 of the output of barrel volume that the entire Colonial Pipeline system carried. That's how big it is. It means jobs, it means energy security, it means balance of trade. It means a lot of things to the United States of America. The president he's canceled the Keystone Pipeline. He's put a pause on drilling permits for federal lands. And he is, of all things, you can't make this up. He has asked OPEC to increase their output. Good grief, what are we thinking? The Labor Department has also reported that over the past year, consumer prices have raised a substantial 5.4%. The policies of the current administration, in all practicality, are basically gutting the wallets of Americans, leaving them with less money for their families, not more, less money to support their families. This amendment ensures that energy prices will not go down that same path. We can keep these energy prices off of that path of decline that are hurting American families. It's already been estimated that if President Biden's corporate tax rate is enacted, energy customers in 38 states will face higher energy bills. You want to talk about protecting the American public? Higher energy bills in 38 states. This is deeply troubling considering that approximately 4.8 million households were unable to pay at least one energy bill during the past year. Ms. Bice's amendment simply requires that recipients of funds from this legislation used for commercial scale DOE projects prepare an assessment. My gosh, they've got computers, they've got the wherewithal, it's not difficult, that they prepare an assessment showing the effect that their particular project would have on energy costs for consumers. Is that too much to ask? I ask my colleagues across the aisle. To protect American consumers, maybe we can't do nothing about the inflation that's been happening, but energy prices going up, we've got a simple fix for that. As stated this morning, Stephanie Bice and I, we support demonstrations for every clean energy technology, including nuclear, fossil, wind, solar, and geothermal. In fact, we would argue that we think these activities are necessary for their commercial deployment. But we must not rush technologies to market simply because they're designated as clean. You know, how many rare earth minerals go into batteries and into windmills and all of those things? And what's going to happen when those batteries are depleted? Those kinds of things. Not just because they're clean, they also have to be affordable. They have to be environmentally friendly. This amendment rules out no projects. It doesn't rule out any projects. It does not favor one technology over another. It absolutely puts American families first while protecting the most vulnerable communities amongst us, those who are already facing energy insecurity. And after all, isn't that what we're all supposed to do as members of Congress? Protect and support and help our American families? I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman, I guess reserves 14 seconds because he almost ran out of his 5 minutes. I got to recognize you as having had the longest speech today, Mr. Weber, but that's not surprising. I would ask for any other discussion on amendment number 30. And I'm just kidding, my friend from Texas, he knows that. And is there any further discussion on Amendment 30 by Ms. Bice? Mr. Caston, are you raising your hand?
Yeah, if I could strike the last word, please.
Yeah, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
So I just want to make a quick comment in opposition and completely agreeing with the principle, but suggesting to you that the math is really easy. As many of you on this committee know, I spent 20 years in the energy industry, built a lot of energy projects, and there's a famous saying in the energy industry that is as true today as it was 20 years ago when I was getting started, that everybody wants to be the third owner of a power plant. And the reason why everybody wants to be the third owner of a power plant is because you get the financing to build a plant because you are on the margin cheaper than what you're displacing. And then you tend to lower the price on the grid because every energy asset prices on the margin. Anything we do to embrace clean energy lowers the marginal cost of energy. If you insulate your home, you don't spend as much on energy. If you got solar panels, you don't have to buy fuel. If you got an electric vehicle, you don't have to buy gasoline. If you got geothermal, you don't have to buy fuel. If you got wind, you don't have to buy fuel. You would have a conversation about capital amortization, but the vast majority of the first investors in energy plants, sadly, never hit their target capital return.
Will the gentleman yield for a minute?
Efficient. I'm going to finish before I'm done, and I'll yield you the balance of my time when I'm done.
Okay.
The issue that creates for all of us is that embracing this energy transition is to embrace a massive wealth transfer from energy producers to energy consumers. That is going to be really hard for some of us, particularly those of us who come from energy producing districts. And I get it. But we don't need to do the analysis of whether delivering a cold beer and a hot shower with less purchased energy is good for the American consumer. It is good. But we do have to figure out how to make sure that we don't leave people in communities who have depended on energy production in the lurch. And we can do that, but we don't need to do that in this bill. So I oppose, and I would happily yield the balance of my time to Mr. Weber.
I thank you, gentlemen. You mentioned that you spent 20 years in the energy industry. My comments earlier were that most of these companies, if not all of them, are going to have the computers, the wherewithal, the programs to be able to zip this out pretty quick as to what they expect their impact to be on consumers. And hey, if it's good, it's good. And if it's not, it's not. It's just that simple. It seems like a no-brainer to me. With that, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion on Vice Amendment 30 that was offered by Mr. Weber? If not, I'll recognize myself to speak on the amendment. This amendment is impossible to enforce and is outside the scope of the legislative text. Demonstration of new energy technologies would inform energy producers and regulators of their potential viability. But there is no way to accurately determine the impacts of these individual projects on the eventual price of energy for consumers, especially before such projects are even carried out. Additionally, many projects that this amendment would apply to are R&D facilities that do not directly address energy generation, including laboratory infrastructure, quantum computing, and many other functions within the Department of Energy. So for those reasons, I oppose the amendment. And,
would the gentleman yield?
I would yield to the gentleman, sir.
Thank you, sir. I mean, it seems interesting or easy for me because, you do a lot with investing, and you look at portfolios, you look at people, companies, and you're making it somewhat of an informed decision about how you want to invest your money. Nobody is saying, I don't think, this amendment's not saying that, they're going to be able to tell the absolute outcome. But I don't see the harm in saying, look, we would like for y'all to at least guesstimate the outcome so that we as members of Congress could say, okay, they're aiming at this. That's a pretty good target. We think it's a good deal. And we would know how to deal with it going forward in the future. Just a thought on my half, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. And I guess I'd make the same offer to you as I have to Mr. Lucas and Mr. Babin, that I think the amendment as you proposed it does go beyond the scope of the legislative text, but I'm happy to work with you as this bill moves to the Rules Committee and then to the floor. And so,
thank you.
Again, is there any other discussion on Vice Amendment number 30? Seeing none, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. No.
Mr. Chairman.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Weber.
I request recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested, and vote on the Vice Amendment number 30 is postponed. And with that, I will return the gavel to the chairwoman and yield to her.
Thank you very much. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feastra. He's recognized to offer this amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 31. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print offered by Mr. Feastra of Iowa.
That's unanimous consent to dispense with the reading and without objection, so ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Lucas. My amendment is very simple. It adds a requirement for all federal agencies that receive these funds in this package to report to Congress on its plans to sustain any new programs or infrastructure after this act expires. One of the largest drawbacks in funding via forced reconciliation process of which there are many, is that this is a reckless way to fund scientific research. This funding is not sustainable, and it floods agencies with one-time infusion of cash, as opposed to bipartisan bills I've supported that scale up funding responsibility and create strategic plans. When this $45 billion dries up and expires, I fear the research will dry up as well, especially if there's no concern for sustaining these new projects. This amendment is simple. It requires agencies to detail their plans to Congress on how any new programs and projects that are created can be sustained after this massive influx of cash runs out. I urge my committee colleagues to please support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment, and I must oppose this amendment as it is needlessly redundant with the regular appropriations process. We have a regular system of annual appropriations precisely to do what we can and what we regularly hear from agencies about their funding priorities and needs. Sustainment costs are part of this process and something best left to the regular process of the congressional oversight. And so for this reason, I oppose this amendment and I yield back. Others wishing to be heard? Hearing none. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no.
No.
Oh,
The noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 32. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Garcia of California.
I ask unanimous consent to dispose of the reading, and without objection so ordered. I recognize the gentleman to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My amendment is a simple safeguard against China. It would prohibit any funding from our portion of the bill from being used to conduct research in the People's Republic of China or being provided for research to any entity determined to be owned or controlled by the PRC. As we all know, funding research in China means that we abdicate all accountability to a government and frankly, a communist regime that has shown an unwillingness or has shown a willingness to put its own interest ahead of the health and safety of the rest of the world. Obviously, for proof, we look no further than the Wuhan Institute of Virology and the investigation into the origins of COVID-19, where the Chinese Communist government has completely blocked international investigators from ascertaining the true origins of COVID-19 and the pandemic thereafter. Because of this, it's unlikely that we'll ever know the origins of the virus, which has killed over 500,000 Americans. The CCP has also shown that they are willing to conduct dangerous research in unsafe conditions and then shirk all responsibility and accountability and actively retaliate against those who call them out. And while we're seeing this happen firsthand, we need to hold them accountable, but we should also not be okay with allowing American taxpayer dollars to encourage this bad behavior while we foot the bill. The PRC is clearly not an honest broker, not an honest partner in any research enterprise. They've shown a willingness to lie, steal, and bribe their way into possession of American taxpayer-funded research and our IP. The CCP then uses the research and our IP to steal from the U.S. to improve its own military and economic might at the expense of our own. They're effectively using our R&D machine and our taxpayer dollars at the benefit of themselves. While this committee has taken important steps to address this vulnerability recently, it's critical that we take further steps. Science is a collaborative process that is at its finest when trusted partners work together to create new research and technology that improves the lives of people around the world. Unfortunately, the reality is that China is not that partner and they cannot be trusted. and they actively undermine the U.S. scientific norms of transparency, reciprocity, merit-based competition, as well as integrity. And this is a simple measure to just, again, be a firewall to ensure our taxpayer dollars are not going to the CCP or to any institution supported by them, and potentially put our taxpayer dollars at risk of being abused and used against us in the long run. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose this amendment because of its unintended consequences. The committee has been very successful in working in a bipartisan manner to address real research security concerns. Unfortunately, this amendment is very overbroad and has far-reaching consequences. As it's written, it would prohibit any American scientists funded by our government from traveling to China for research. For example, U.S. scientists trying to understand the origins or spread of viruses or other infectious diseases would have no physical assets to sites or laboratories in China. We would lose all insight into China's progress on AI, quantum, biotech, and many other critical technology fields. This is very important to us in the Research Triangle, but it's also important to the rest of the country. I heard what the gentleman said about his intent in drafting the amendment, but the amendment goes so much further than his intent. And so I have to oppose it based on a plain reading of the text. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any other requests for time?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say something. Mr. Babbitt. Madam
Mr.
Chair,
Babbitt.
this is Mr. Babbitt here. How are you? Thank you so much. This is very kind of goes along the same lines with my amendment that went down a little while ago while you were absent and Mr. Perlmutter was in there. But I would really hope that in light of the situation in the world today, in light of what we're seeing, in light of the fact that the Chinese consul in Houston, Texas, was closed down because it was a rat's nest of espionage, and I know Mr. Perlmutter very well, and I really, he made a statement a while ago that securing our research institutions is not what this bill is all about. He also said we can address Chinese threats down the road. And I really don't think I really don't think he really means that, if you want to know the truth. But I would hope if we don't stop and if we don't stand up against the Chinese threats that are just tantamount to a siege. I mean, this is a new Cold War, basically. We're losing information, proprietary information. We're losing valuable learning and research to these people. They're inside of our research facilities. They're inside our colleges and universities. And we've seen time after time, even at Texas A&M University right here in Texas, Harvard University, there was a chemistry professor out there was doing some misdeeds with the Chinese. Where do we stand up against these people? If this is not inside this bill, if not now, then when do we? I would just like to ask that question. I would sure hope that our colleagues across the aisle would reconsider and join in with those of us that feel like this is a very, very important part of our existence and continuing our freedoms and liberties in this great country. With that,
the gentleman yield.
Yes.
And I appreciate his comments. I guess what I meant to say is that there are already within this bill a number of security features. In fact, we increased that pursuant to Mr. Waltz's amendment, particularly for the NSF. There are already a lot of oversight and the independent Office of Counsel or whatever. We've added all sorts of security components to this as well. So, and what I meant by, this bill is a science bill. This is not a defense bill. This isn't for the CIA or the DIA or, any of the intelligence agencies. But at the end of the day, we are putting a lot of security measures in this. And, really, that's where I'm coming from. I don't think any of us disagree with you, Mr. Babin, or doing this properly. I would say to the chair, I don't think anybody disagrees with Mr. Babin's point about the need to make sure these facilities are secure and our research is secure. But on the other hand, this is a science bill. This is not a defense bill. And I'd yield back to the gentleman. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
I understand completely. I just feel like this is so important for national security, especially at this point in time in our history. So with that, I'll yield back as well. I just hope that you all would reconsider and support us. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weber.
Thank you. To my friend from Colorado, I would simply say, you said there's already components in this bill. That's great. Glad that there are. China is ruthless. They will cheat. They will steal our proprietary information. They will spare nothing. They will go to every end to get everything we have. And while you say it's not a defense bill, with all good respect for my friend, we better be defending the kind of research that we're wanting to do and keep for our country and for our people, for our companies. We better be defending that. And I would add a third and final point, and that's this. You say, well, it's not a defense bill. It doesn't go into the defense bill. But I've never seen where we have an infrastructure and transportation infrastructure bill, if you will, that I don't know. I thought was supposed to be about roads and bridges and those kinds of things. And yet it's got terms like social justice. It's got terms like climate justice in it and all kinds of other terms that, in my estimation, get way outside the purview of building roads and bridges, for example. China is not our friend. I said that earlier in some of our discussion. We had better do everything we can at every turn in every piece of legislation to make it clear to the American people and to China, we will not tolerate them coming over and stealing our technological information. We're just not going to. And so, with all due respect to my friend from Colorado, I think we're a bit short-sighted if we don't put safeguards in safeguarding the very thing we're trying to promote, and that's research. I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. Any other requests for time? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Okay, we'll add that to our list. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez. He's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 33. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print offered by Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading without objection. So ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment adds a common sense provision to this bill, prohibiting companies that have been involved in heinous human rights abuses against China's Uyghur population from profiting from any funds in this section of the bill. Specifically, the amendment states that none of the funds can be used to award a contract, grant, or loan to a Chinese company listed as being involved in the construction or operation of internment camps or having provided mass surveillance technology to the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, in their oppression of the Uyghur population. Not since the Soviet Union has the United States faced such an existential threat as grave as the CCP. Under their rule, the Chinese Communist Party has demonstrated that not only will they stop at nothing to target people abroad, but also people within their own borders. The long list of groups within their sightline range from Hong Kongers to Tibetans to the Falun Gong. The CCP has chosen to invoke a dystopian approach to their Uyghur population. These crimes against humanity include imprisonment, torture, forced sterilization, and persecution. To simply put it, the CCP is committing a genocide. There's no hiding it, and the United States has a duty to respond. My amendment would be one of many instances needed in pushing to hold the CCP and complacent companies accountable. This amendment is narrowly targeted at companies which have been involved in terrible human rights violations and do not deserve to profit from American taxpayer dollars. I believe this is common sense. I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will agree and will support this amendment. And with that, Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to support and yield back. You're on mute, Madam Chair.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment, and I appreciate the gentleman's amendment. The plight of the Uyghurs in China is truly a tragic situation. And that's why I voted for that Uyghurs Human Rights Policy Act of 2020 last Congress. That bill rightfully condemns the actions of the Chinese government and set up a scheme of particular sanctions, potential sanctions for their abuses. Obviously, that bill was not in the jurisdiction of our committee. It was a bill related to foreign policy and within the jurisdiction of the Foreign Affairs Committee. I think this amendment strays firmly into an area that should rightfully be debated in the Committee of Expertise in the area of foreign policy. I don't think we can fully evaluate how this amendment would affect U.S. foreign policy any more than we would expect the Foreign Affairs Committee to be experts on fusion energy and the power research in the Department of Energy. And so for that reason, I oppose this amendment and I yield back. Are there others wishing to be recognized? Hearing none, then the vote
Chair,
occurs.
Mr. Gonzalez from Ohio, if I may.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Sure. I appreciate the feedback. I would say, last year we did pass SASTA. We've passed other bills that are designed to secure our research enterprise and to show the force of American values. We've done that in this committee. We do it in every committee. And I think in my Financial Services Committee, whenever we talk about China, I've noticed that some of my colleagues, when they get a little squeamish with the proposal, will say, well, we're not foreign services, we're not foreign affairs. Maybe this is better left to someone else. We can't possibly think through all the implications of such a provision, but then are willing to support other policies within that same committee that do in fact deal with foreign affairs. And so, it's a little bit difficult to hear, frankly, when we hear things like, show me your budget and I'll show you your values. Well, here's a budget resolution. Here's our version of showing what the values of the Science Committee are. And if we don't care enough about human rights, and we know what's happening in China, we know exactly what's happening in China. If we don't care enough about human rights to add protections into this budget to prevent the atrocities taking place amongst the Uyghur population, I don't know what our values are. I don't know what we stand for anymore. And so it's incredibly disappointing that we can't get bipartisan support for something that is so obvious, so common sense, and frankly, something that we've all basically agreed to in various votes. But such is the world of partisan politics, and such is the world of reconciliation, which I understand, though I acknowledge is incredibly disappointing. With that, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to seek time? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
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 Oh,
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, Frank Lucas, I think we really need to vote on this one. Sorry.
Amen.
We'll add it to the list. Thank you very much. We have the next amendment on the roster is from the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte, and he's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will present the amendment.
Amendment number 34, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Obernolte.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading and without objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This amendment is a very simple amendment. It merely requires the Secretary of Energy to certify that awards made under this piece of legislation were not influenced by the political influence of the recipient. I'm sure that everyone on this committee remembers the events concerning the Solyndra company from a few years ago. The bankruptcy of that company resulted in the loss of over $500 million of taxpayer money. And it caused substantial embarrassment, not only to the current administration, but also to the House of Representatives, when a subsequent investigation by the Washington Post revealed that the grant of that loan guarantee was substantially based on the political influence of the investors of that corporation. I hope that we can all agree that awarding funds based on political influence and not based on merit is not what we're intending with these funding proposals. And this is a very simple amendment that would ameliorate that situation. This mirrors an action that's already been taken by the Senate when they passed their Senate infrastructure bill. So I hope that the House can follow suit and pass this amendment. I'd respectfully request your aye vote, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Anyone seeking recognition? Let me take a position. I recognize myself to speak on the amendment. I appreciate the spirit of this amendment. However, the Department of Energy already has well-established policies to prevent political interference in its award selection processes. So this amendment would simply be duplicative and would not change or provide a net benefit. In addition, the bill already includes substantial funding for DOE's Office of Inspector General to conduct independent oversight of these awards. So I think this amendment is unnecessary and counterproductive. That is the reason I would oppose it. I yield back. Anyone seeking recognition? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
nope.
No.
No.
The noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair, on that question, I request the yeas and nays.
We'll add it to our list. The next amendment on the roster is an amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Walsh, and he's recognized to offer his amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 35, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense of the reading of the amendment without objection. So ordered. I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In summary, this amendment would prohibit funds from being used to construct, finance, support, or maintain energy projects with materials or labor sourced from or manufactured from the People's Republic of China or Afghanistan. As previous representatives, including Representative Gonzalez, has stated, the Biden administration's own human rights report, as of this year, has outlined gross human rights abuses, ongoing mass rape, torture, and sterilization, forced labor, and many of the forced labor is being applied towards various components that we are using in our energy field. And I understand that, of course, other committees have jurisdiction as it pertains to China, but I think we all should agree that this is a whole of government contest and conflict that we're in. And at some point, I'm praying sooner than later, I'm praying now, we have to choose. And we have to choose if we're going to make a stand, even if it may be difficult, even if some of the ramifications may be unclear. But we have to make a stand for basic human rights and for women's rights in particular. That we cannot condone what is and has been described now in multiple administrations, a genocide and modern day slavery. And I understand that may be uncomfortable.
Hey,
I understand
Joe, I missed a call of yours last night. Sorry about
that may be difficult for some companies' balance sheets. And again, that may have difficult ramifications for our scientific community, for our research community, and for research and development. But this is fundamental to who we are. It's fundamental to our values. And this, I think, applies to every committee's work. And I think historians and the American people will be looking at these votes that we're taking today, and not just in this committee, but in all of our committees, and we'll be taking a hard look at who took a stand and who took a stand to this adversary that seeks to replace, in the chairman of the Communist Party's own words, the American dream with the China dream, and doing it through such awful, nefarious methodologies like slave labor and like modern day slavery and like genocide. And I yield my time, and I sincerely hope we have unanimous support for this provision.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to share with the committee how much I respect my colleague, Mr. Waltz. He and I have co-sponsored legislation together, and I respect his work on a bipartisan basis in this committee. However, as an attorney, I can't support this amendment because it is written so broadly that it will essentially create a new tariff, and it's out of the jurisdiction of this committee. And, should it come through the appropriate channels, it may be something that could be considered. But, we're supposed to be focusing on budget issues here, and this is something that's outside of this committee's jurisdiction. Further, the Department of Energy does have existing standards and practices in place for working with entities that have foreign involvement, and they've been very robust, particularly in this administration, about enforcing them. I do want to share the concern that there are legitimate and serious concerns about potential influences of foreign countries in our scientific enterprise writ large. And I agree that many of them are nefarious. But without understanding the sweeping restrictions and going outside of the purview of this committee, I think it would be premature and inappropriate to support this amendment at this time. And therefore, I encourage our colleagues to oppose it, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Anyone else seeking time?
Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield my time to Mr. Waltz as well here shortly, if that's all right. But I just wanted, this is a common theme we've heard now on a few of these amendments, that it's an overreach, or that this isn't a DOD bill. This is a science bill. I just want to make sure that we're not treating China with kid gloves when we should be treating them like the real threat that they are, a real pure threat. Whether we like it or not, every dollar that ends up going to the Chinese regime ends up becoming a militarized element of some sort to be used against us. And negotiating with China right now is akin to negotiating with the Taliban. We will be disappointed if you go in with rosy glasses expecting this to be something that ends up being a partnership. We will be sorely disappointed as a nation. The unintended consequences that we're discussing right now are the ones that are going to actually be deleterious to our nation's security. And we need to be more aggressive with China rather than being a pacifist or appeasement in this case. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Any requests for time?
Yeah. Madam Chair, could I ask a clarifying question?
Mr. Waltz.
Yes.
Mr. Waltz.
Mr. Wallace.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I have a question, I suppose, for you and for council. The crux of Mrs. Ross's objection was that this amendment was outside of the purview of this committee. My question is, was there a referral of this amendment to any other committee, given that concern by council?
Amendments aren't referred to committees.
Not that I'm aware of.
Yes.
We were not referred to any other.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think that's because council rightly determined that that this amendment only applies to agencies within SST's jurisdiction. So, again, I would argue that really this isn't a parliamentarian or jurisdictional issue. It's rightly within the committee's jurisdiction. Really, this is a moral issue. And at some point, we have to apply some teeth to our words. We all agree, we talk a lot about the difficulties. We even co-sponsor resolutions dealing with China's genocide and its support and enforcement of modern day slavery and slave labor that's producing the materials that then our agencies are using. So again, this is a moral issue, and at some point we have to take a stand, and we have to take a stand with our votes. But thank you for clarifying that this is within the committee's jurisdiction.
Will the gentleman yield?
Who is it, Mr. Weber?
Yes, please.
I will yield.
You recognize.
Yeah, to my good friend Mike, I would say sounds like you're taking a page out of the playbook of our friends across the aisle, that we cannot let climate change happen and let that be, the legacy that we leave to the generations behind us. We don't want that to be on them. We shouldn't let that be on them. And so I think what you're saying here, that's a moral issue, and your amendment is also a moral issue. So I'd say that there's some cohesiveness there. They understand the moral necessity of not what they would consider, hamstringing our generations to be with a poor climate. And we would argue that your amendment considers the moral issue just as much as theirs does. And I appreciate your amendment, and I hope people support it.
Thank you very much. Anyone seeking recognition? If there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say no.
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 Nope.
The noes have it. And the amendment
Madam Chair,
agreed to. We'll add it to the list. Well, members, we're about to get to the last amendment. And guess who is the sponsor?
The handsome debonair guy from Texas.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Babbitt.
Oh, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment number 36, amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Weber.
Without objection, we'll dispense with the reading of the amendment. And I recognize the gentleman for 5 minutes to explain it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this amendment adds a limitation that none of the funds made available under this title shall support activities to preclude the continued use, and I'll use the word essential, we hear that a lot, especially during the pandemic, to preclude the continued use of essential fossil fuels for power, nor limit the economic competitiveness of industry and manufacturing in the United States. The goal of my amendment is to preserve United States competitiveness and one of this nation's most reliable and affordable assets, fossil fuel powered energy. Right now, there's no cheaper power source for families and industries alike. A drastic decision like abandoning fossil fuels would destroy our economy, and we simply cannot let that happen. Madam Chair, being from Texas, you and I both understand the economic driver the fossil fuel industry represents and the essential role it plays in the United States industry and manufacturing, as well as national security. The traditional energy sector in Texas is 4.9% of total state employment compared to 2.3% of national employment. When you look at market demand, it's not just Texas that relies heavily on fossil fuels. Oil, coal, natural gas supplied 81% of United States energy demand in the year 2020. Until new clean energy sources are globally cost competitive, traditional sources like fossil fuels must be utilized, or else we risk falling behind, not only in global competitiveness, but in a national security platform as well. In 2018, over 40% of China's Belt and Road Initiative energy sector lending was put toward, you guessed it, coal projects. And their national plan for reducing net zero does not envision any cut in fossil fuel generation before 2030. In fact, it calls for adding more coal capacity before then. So if we want to keep up with the country attempting to exert influence through global power supply, albeit through coal, we don't want to do it through coal, we cannot hamstring our own energy and industrial sectors. Our focus should be on technologies that encourage economic growth, like those that capture the carbon produced by fossil power plants. Far too often, fossil fuels are villainized. But I can tell you, the villain is not the oil, the coal, or the natural gas we're taking out of the ground. Work with me here, folks. The villain is the greenhouse gases that get put into the air using those products. Today, carbon capture, utilization, storage work in tandem with fossil fuel power sources and with more research and development, the potential exists to make fossil fuels a net zero emitter. I have the largest carbon capture sequestration storage facility in my district in Port Arthur, Texas. I repeat, the potential exists to make fossil fuels a net zero emitter. This boils down to a fundamental question. Why would we try to shift away from this entire industry, this entire predictable, reliable power source, when the technology pathway exists to almost entirely eliminate greenhouse gases? Why? Why would we do that? We cannot afford to rule out these pathways. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle have heard me say 100 of times, when it comes to planning our clean energy future, it's always worth repeating. We must pursue an all of the above energy approach and invest responsibly in a diverse portfolio of clean energy technology that includes, yes, fossil fuel energy. I support strategic investments in research and development of renewable energy sources like wind. Texas is the wind leader, solar, geothermal, and hydropower. But it cannot, indeed it must not mean turning off the switch for fossil power and abandoning the infrastructure, resources, and the dependency we currently have. This is simply a recipe for failure and bankrupting millions of families along the way. and giving our energies, of which China is one, an advantage. Unfortunately, the bill we're debating today misses that mark and makes a massive $1.7 billion investment in DOE's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. Compare that to the lowly $220 million going towards fossil energy, $1.7 billion to $220 million. You see the massive discrepancy. Rather than going line by line and trying to reallocate funding, my amendment adds one clause that ensures the economic competitiveness of the U.S. does not suffer at the hands of this discrepancy. I want to be clear with my friends across the aisle. I'm not seeking to rule out essential energy source and undermine U.S. competitiveness, not at all. My amendment simply provides—
I'm sure you're like, you're in hell. I'm sitting on your bed in your messy, disgusting room.
I'll resume. My amendment simply provides a reasonable and necessary fail-safe on $45 billion with the B dollars, so that amount of money cannot be interpreted to rule out fossil fuels. It's common sense. It means national security. It means energy independence. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. So said a native Texan. I recognize myself a native Texan to speak on this amendment. This amendment runs counter to the purposes of this bill, and it makes me oppose it. This bill supports a comprehensive clean energy innovation strategy, which is why the Science, Space, and Technology Committee has worked to include in this package language to invest in research activities on the full suite of energy generation technologies, including solar, wind, water, power, geothermal, and nuclear energy. This bill also includes funds for the Department of Energy's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, which would be in addition to the substantial support already provided in the bipartisan development to mitigate and eliminate the environmental impacts of extracting and using these resources is important. But it makes no sense to mandate fossil fuel use in perpetuity, regardless of impacts and limitations. And to be clear, I would oppose the amendment if it singled out any other single resource as essential as well. We simply don't know the exact mix of resources that our nation will be using in the long term to meet our economic, national security, and environmental needs. Putting one resource above the rest does not achieve these goals. That's precisely why we need to support and explore the full range of potential energy generation options. Thank you, and I yield back. Are there others seeking time?
Madam Chair, if there's no others, I'd like to respond to some of your comments.
Okay, Mr. Weber.
I appreciate you, and I really do. And I will argue that, sure, we want renewable, clean source of energy. And as I already stated, Texas is number one in wind energy, number 5 in solar panel. But I will tell you this, that none of our military assets, planes, ships, trucks, any of those, none of those are going to operate without fossil fuels. So for us not to say that it's an essential fossil fuel energy supply that we need going forward, I think is short-sighted. I would not want to be on record saying that we don't really need to worry about fossil fuel, because unless and until we get all of the infrastructure in place and all of the research done and enough energy produced that we can rely on. And I remind you, the second week of February this year, Texas went through the deep freeze we don't normally see. 20% of the state was covered with windmill energy, and it failed us miserably. It was a perfect storm, but yet it wasn't as dependent as having fossil fuel energy plants that can start up and get us energy in a heartbeat, so to speak. So I do want to remind my colleagues across the aisle and my friends here on my side of the aisle, fossil fuel energy, gas plants, and even nuclear energy, which we've discussed, of course, that's not in this amendment, but that is dependable energy. It's reliable energy. It's not going to ebb and flow necessarily with climate and weather like some of the other energy sources will. It's dependable. It's reliable. It's economic security. It's energy security. It's national security. It's just that important. With that, I'll yield back.
Madam Chair, Frank Lucas. Madam Chair, Frank Lucas.
Just a couple.
I'm assuming that the chairman's recognized me, and I would simply note to all my friends, being from Oklahoma, I have never questioned the amount of wind energy in Texas.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. I kept calling on you. I couldn't figure out why you were. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I finished my point. I appreciate it. Yield back.
I would like to be recognized, Madam Chair.
Okay, Mr. Caston was next, and then I'll come right to you, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Weber, I know you're going to be totally surprised by what I'm about to say. Look, here's the reality that we have got to deal with as a party. And I had this conversation with the speaker before we left. What is scientifically necessary is the only thing that matters. And for us to articulate what's scientifically necessary sounds politically naive because there is such a gap between those points. We have got to deal with that in our jobs as leaders of this party. Now, I want to stress, I want the same things you do. I want clean energy. I want reliable energy. I want affordable energy. I want free markets. And if we're going to embrace those things, let's start by dealing with the fact that the International Monetary Fund has calculated that the United States subsidizes the fossil fuel industry to the tune of $650 billion a year in this country, direct and indirect subsidies, not just tax policy. We got Ways and Means right now may or may not emerge with getting rid of $60 billion of tax subsidies. That's a tenth of the total subsidies that the U.S. fossil fuel industry gets. And in spite of all those subsidies, the coal industry has gone from 50% of our nation's power grid to 30% because they are uneconomic. The alternative, gas and oil players have lost, I think, $300 billion of free cash flow in the last decade because we're creating way more jobs in the clean sector. Markets are working. And that's in spite of those subsidies. It's in spite of us driving our economy effectively with the emergency brake on. So we got to embrace all those things because it's scientifically necessary. We got to embrace those things because it is economically appropriate. We got to do all those things because we have a moral obligation to future generations. It is a win-win-win-win-win. The only clean energy technology that has a higher operating cost and a higher capital cost than the dirty energy it displaces is a fossil fuel-fired power plant with carbon capture and sequestration on the back end. That's an unfortunate reality, but we've got to deal with that. And that's really hard because I get it, as I said before. That means a wealth transfer away from those congressional districts that depend on energy production to those congressional districts that depend on energy consumption. Every single American is an energy consumer. A tiny number of them are in energy production. If we look out for the interests of every single American, we are going to do the right thing. But putting more subsidies to the fossil industry, they're doing fine, except for the fact that they don't have a competitive product if they didn't have all those subsidies. So let's do what we have to do. Yield back.
Madam Chair, I think Brian Babin wanted the next floor, and then I'll take the next one.
Yeah, Mr. Babin is recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I strongly support my friend and colleagues, Mr. Weber's amendment here. His district happens to be exact right next to mine. Between the two of us, there are very few other districts that represent more petrochemical refining facilities, fossil fuel producers, chemical plants, and the tens and hundreds of thousands of employed individuals who are our constituents and Texans, Louisianans, all the way down are being employed in this. I'm disturbingly, I have seen a number of refineries go on the auction block. Several of them are now being considered to be sold. These are refineries that are situated in my district and several other districts here in the United States, being bought by foreign entities, and we cannot run this economy without fossil fuels. I think the hasty retreat away from fossil fuels by the United States will lead to an absolutely disastrous outcome, especially for national security. And I certainly hope that we will continue to have research and development as we speak. In fact, just a few days ago, I visited a facility in my district that is building a carbon capture facility. And these are all clean facilities that will have a very, very beneficial impact upon on the environment. And I think that moving away from fossil fuels, precluding the use of fossil fuels, taking away research funds that are so badly needed, will lead to a situation that I think we will all wind up regretting. A loss of prestige, a loss of power, a loss of even soft power around the world, as we actually have already started seeing. We cannot and must not allow fossil fuels to go down the drain. Not at this point. We cannot run our economy. We cannot maintain our number one position, the number one economy in the world, the number one military power in the world without having fossil fuels. And so with that, I would just strongly urge the support of Mr. Weber's amendment, and I yield back.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Anyone else seeking time?
Madam Chair, Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Thank you for that, Brian. And I want to go back to what our friend Mr. Caston said about coal had become non-competitive. Well, of course it did, because natural gas was in abundance. It became cheaper and it is cleaner. I don't think very few people would argue about that. And so that's the reason for that. I will say, as my good friend Brian Babin pointed out, we have I mentioned this earlier today's discussion. We have the largest Air Products Valero together it's the largest carbon capture and sequestration facility in the country. It was done with ERA money back during Obama. It's a $400 billion project, and somebody's not muted, Madam Chair.
Yes. Please mute if you're not speaking.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
The largest carbon capture sequestration facility in the country. It was built with ERA money, American Investment and Recovery Act money. It was $400 million. So 60% of it, $240 million, was built with ERA recovery money. It can be done. It's going to be getting more and more reasonable as time goes on, and we do it more. We get, quite frankly, a market for CO2. Let's not rule out the geopolitical implications of this. We have LNG in our market area. Louisiana has it. I have it in my district. Michael Cloud has in his district over by Corpus Christi. We can sell LNG around the world. We would much rather sell to Eastern Europe than them to get gas from the Russian pipeline. How sad it is. How many of y'all remember, were around, a lot of you young whippersnappers that are new, 1973, the OPEC, the Arabs taught us about oil embargoes. They shut off our oil, and we had long gas lines. We had high gasoline prices, and we were at their mercy. And yet for the president to come out now in this administration and ask, shut down the Keystone Pipeline, open up the Nord Stream 2 pipeline for Russia, and then ask OPEC to increase their production when we've got the product right here. What are we thinking? We should be saying, listen, Brian Babin's exactly right. Randy Weber's exactly right. We've got to make sure that we sustain the fossil fuel production for national security, for affordable, reliable, dependable energy security for our families, all the while building up the repertoire, if you will, of clean energy. It's a no-brainer to me. It just makes sense. And I'll get off my high horse and yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank
you very much. In request for time.
Can I make one science comment just because we're on the science committee?
Mr. Cass.
That facility in Port Arthur is pumping carbon dioxide underground for enhanced oil recovery. Taking a carbon atom that is stapled to two oxygen atoms in the gas phase and accelerating the release of carbon that is stapled to roughly two hydrogen atoms per carbon atom in the liquid phase does not reduce atmospheric CO2. It increases it. I get that it qualifies for 45Q, but it is not reducing CO2 in the atmosphere. If we're going to have a conversation about climate change, let's have a conversation about climate change. But that is that I get that you have to do that for economics, but it is not a climate responsible project. It's a project that got tax credits for carbon sequestration as is defined in the tax code.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Notice in my comments, if you will, Sean, that I said we get a market for CO2. Once we get a market for CO2 is marketable. It's used in a lot of different ways. We're now able to capture it out of the air. We're now able, if my friends across the aisle were not anti-pipeline, there's ways we could move that product around the country to different facilities for different uses. But we get the market for CO2, it's a win-win. So I'm not unaware of what you're talking about, but I also know that fossil fuel is going to be a major source of our energy, our economy, our dependability around the world, and we would do well to recognize that, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. Anyone seeking time? Well, if there's no further discussion, the vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no.
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 The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
And we add it to the list. Thank you. Well, that concludes our amendment debate, and we have a large number of recorded votes requested. We will take a recess and now and try and make sure we take our vote series with as little conflict with other committees as possible. We'll have to be in touch in order to be sure of that. So before we start any voting, we will issue a 15-minute notice to all committee members. It is my hope that we can start the vote series relatively soon. So please be watching for your phones or your emails. And if there are no questions with that, we'll stand in recess, subject to the call of the chair. substitute?
No.
Well, no, wait a minute. We vote on the amendments before we vote on the substitute. So the question now is on Weber number 3. And I would ask that members please state their names first when responding to the roll. So the clerk will call the roll on each of the amendments.
Chairwoman Johnson.
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren.
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra. Mr. Barra. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Sherrill.
No.
Ms. Sherrill, no. Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman. Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Stansberry. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer.
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Chris. Mr. Chris. Mr. Caston.
Aston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Miss Ross.
Ross votes no.
Miss Ross, no. Miss Moore. Miss Moore. Mr. Kildee.
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Miss Wild.
Wild votes no.
Miss Wild, no. Miss Fletcher. Miss Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Miss Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks.
Mo Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey.
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber.
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz.
Waltz is yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird.
Yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster, yes. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Miss Bice.
Miss Bice votes yes.
Miss Bice, yes. Miss Kim.
Kim is yes.
Miss Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. Laturner.
Yes.
Mr. Laturner, yes. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Obolnoti.
Obernolte, yes.
Mr. Obernolte, yes. Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer, yes. Mr. Elzey, Mr. Elzey, Mr. Barra, Ms. Stevens, Mr. Bowman,
Mr. Bowman is a no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry,
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no.
Madam
Mr. Sh-
Chair, how am I recorded?
Mr. Zoom user, you're not recorded.
Zoom user is Brad Sherman, and he is recorded as a no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Christ, Ms. Moore, Mr. Jimenez, and Mr. Elzey.
Yep. Hello, this is Charlie Kerr.
Mr. Chris,
No.
Mr. Chris, no. Mr. Elzey,
Aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye.
Hola. You? I'm great. Just voted no.
Charlie, you need to mute.
Okay. You can read this.
Have all members, any members not recorded yet? Would any members like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 20, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now is on Lucas number 4 amendment.
Chair, point of order.
Read the roll.
Madam Chair, Frank Lucas.
Oh, Mr. Lucas,
Point of order. Could we clarify the roll call now? Who did not answer and repeat the numbers again? I'm a little confused in my tracking it. Please.
okay.
So,
Madam Clerk, would you repeat that?
yes, the noes are 20, the yeas are 17. I don't have.
Which members did not record, both Republicans and Democrats, if I may ask that of the clerk, Madam Chair? Just so
Yes.
we can speed up the rest of the vote.
On the Democrat side, Mr. Barrett didn't vote. Ms. Moore and Ms. Stevens. On the Republican side, Mr. Jimenez. And that's it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the indulgence.
Well, thank you. Okay, the question is now on the Lucas number 4 amendment, and I would ask that members please state their name first. When responding to the roll, the clerk will now call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson.
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren.
Lofgren is no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici is no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra. Mr. Bear. Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Cheryl?
No.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Bowman, no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman?
No. Sherman, no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster?
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross?
Sorry, a little technical. Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ?
Christ votes no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston?
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sorry.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird?
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster, yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice?
Miss Bice, yes.
Ms. Bice, yes. Ms. Kim?
Kim votes yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. Letourneau?
Letourneau, yes.
Mr. Letourneau, yes. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, yes.
Mr. Obernolte, yes. Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer, yes. Mr. Elzy?
Elzy, yes.
Mr. Elzy, yes. Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Moore? Mr. Jimenez?
Have all members been recorded? Any member wishing to record? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 20, the yeas are 17.
Thank you. The amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes.
Is it, or a parliamentary inquiry, is it possible to take the roll call for Lucas number 4 as the roll call for all succeeding amendments and save ourselves about an hour or so? And I'm just sort of asking that generally. I don't want to screw things up, but I think we could save a lot of time.
Well, there is a possibility we could unblock, but that would have to be determined with the input of Mr. Lucas and his team.
All right, well, I'll withdraw my parliamentary inquiry, but I think we ought to think about it for other kinds of votes like this.
Yes, I understand. Well, the question now is on Lucas number 5 amendment. And I would ask that members please state their name first when responding to the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson.
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren.
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman, no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman.
No.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster.
Yeah. I vote no. Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross, no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer.
Byer votes no, excuse me.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb.
Okay.
Lamb votes no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore. Mr. Kildee.
Mr. Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks.
Yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey.
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber.
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz.
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird.
Yes. Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, yay. Ms. Bice.
Miss Spice, yes.
Ms. Bice, yes. Ms. Kim.
Kim votes yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner, yes.
Mr. LaTurner, yes. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, yes.
Mr. Obernolte, yes. Mr. Meyer.
Yes.
Mr. Meyer, yes. Mr. Elzey.
LZ, yes.
Mr. LZ, yes. Mr. Barra. Ms. Moore. Ms. Stevens. Mr. Jimenez.
Have any members not been recorded or would like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the yeas are 20, the nays are 17.
The amendment is not adopted.
I'm sorry, Chairwoman Johnson, one moment.
Sorry, I missed it.
I apologize. The noes are 20, the yeas are 17.
Thank you. The amendment's not adopted. The question now is on vice number 8. I'd like to ask the members to please state their name when responding to the roll, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Cheryl?
Ms. Cheryl votes no.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman?
Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman?
No.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter may bring up his parliamentary inquiry again. Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no, and I agree with Ed about the parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster?
Foster, no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross, no, and I'm with Perlmutter.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no and
Mr.
agrees
Byer?
with my colleagues.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ?
Christ, no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston?
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Mr. Kildee?
Kildee, no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild? Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas?
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
I'm sorry. How did the ranking member vote? I
Yes.
vote yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird?
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yes.
Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster, yes. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, yay.
Mr. Garcia, yay. Ms. Bice?
Ms. Bice votes aye.
Ms. Bice, aye. Ms. Kim.
Kim votes aye.
Ms. Kim, aye. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Latourner.
Latourner, aye.
Mr. Latourner, aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer.
Yes.
Mr. Meyer, yes. Mr. Elzey.
Elzey, yes.
Mr. Elzey, yes. Mr. Barra. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Moore. Ms. Wild. Mr. Jimenez.
Have any members not been recorded? Would any member like to change the vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 20, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, Frank Lucas again with another question.
Yes.
My count is 19 to 17.
Madam Clerk, would you review that vote? I think he's right, because somebody. Wow, didn't vote.
The noes are 19, the yeas are 17.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Clerk.
Thank you for the correction. The amendment's not adopted. The next amendment is Babin number 9. I'd like to ask the members to please state their names first when responding to the roll, and the clerk now will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill?
No.
Ms. Sherrill, no. Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Bowman, no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman?
No.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Here.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster?
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ?
No, I can't hear anything.
Mr. Christ? No.
No, Chris, no.
Mr. Caston?
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild? Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas?
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey.
Posey votes yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber.
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin.
Babin votes yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz.
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird.
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, yay.
Mr. Garcia, yay. Ms. Bice.
Ms. Bice, yay.
Ms. Bice, yay. Ms. Kim.
Kim votes aye.
Ms. Kim, aye. Mr. Feenstra.
Feaster's aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Laturner.
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer.
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey.
LZ, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Moore. Ms. Wild. Mr. Jimenez.
The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 19, the yeas are 17.
The amendment's not adopted. The next amendment is Babin number 10. I'd like to ask all members to please state your name first before responding to the roll. The clerk will now call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson.
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren.
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman, no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry.
No. No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman.
No.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer.
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ.
Christ votes no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston.
Gaston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee? Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas?
Yes. Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey?
Yes. Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber?
No.
Yes. Mr. Weber?
I vote yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin votes yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird?
Yes. Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice?
Ms. Spice is yes.
Ms. Bice, yes. Ms. Kim?
Kim votes yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. LaTurner?
LaTurner, aye.
Mr. LaTurner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, yes.
Mr. Elzey, yes. Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Moore? Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Mr. Jimenez?
She finished. Have any members not been recorded? Would any members like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 20, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now is on the amendment of LZ number 12. I'd like to ask the members to please state their name first when responding to the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren is no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Bear? Mr. Bear? Ms. Stevens?
Do you think what?
Ms. Stevens? Ms. Sherrill?
No.
Ms. Sherrill? No. Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Bowman, no.
Mr. Bowman? No. Ms. Stansberry?
Stansberry, no.
Ms. Stansberry? No. Mr. Sherman?
No.
Mr. Sherman? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney? No. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster?
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ? Mr. Christ? Mr. Caston?
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Miss Ross?
Ross votes no.
Miss Ross, no. Miss Moore?
No.
Miss Ross? I'm sorry, Miss Moore?
Miss Moore, no.
Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee?
Miss Moore, no. Am I
Miss-
being recorded? Miss Moore, no.
Miss
Can you hear
Moore?
me?
Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee, no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Miss Wild?
Wild votes no.
Miss Wild, no. Miss Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Miss Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas?
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird?
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice?
Miss Bice, yes.
Ms. Bice, yes. Ms. Kim?
Kim votes yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Laturner?
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
LZ, aye.
Elzey, aye.
So what phone number do they want? They want my
Miss-
email.
Mr. Vera?
GWEND.
Ms. Stevens?
Somebody's unmuted, like Ms. Moore.
Gwen Moore, how am I recorded?
Ms. Moore, you are recorded as no.
Okay, thank you.
Charlie Crist, how am I recorded?
Mr. Chris, you're not recorded.
Chris votes no.
Mr. Chris, no. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Vera? Ms. Stevens?
Any members have not been recorded? Or would any members like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now is on Posey number 13. I'd ask members to state their name before responding to the clerk. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren is no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
That's good. Here, let's put this in here. So,
Bonamici's no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Vera? Mr. Vera?
Ms. Moore needs to move.
Mr. Bear? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Cheryl? No. Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman?
No.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman?
No.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster?
Foster, no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross, no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Byer, no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ?
Chris, no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston?
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Miss Ross?
Ross votes no.
Miss Ross, no. Miss Moore?
Moore votes no.
Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee, no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Miss Wild?
Wild votes no.
Miss Wild, no. Miss Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Miss Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas?
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird? Mr. Baird?
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Miss Bice?
Miss Bice votes aye.
Miss Bice, aye. Miss Kim?
Kim votes yes.
Miss Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra?
Aye.
Mr. Feenstra?
Mr. Fisher, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Laturner?
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Bear? Ms. Stevens? Mr. Jimenez?
Any members not recorded? Any members like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now is on the LZ number 15 amendment, and I would ask all members to please state their name first before responding to the roll, when responding. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Bear? Mr. Bear? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens?
Aye. 8.
Ms. Cheryl?
Cheryl, no.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman?
Bowman, no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry?
Stansberry, no.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman.
Votes no. Sherman, no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Tonko. Mr. Foster.
Mr. Foster, no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross, no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer.
Mr. Byer, no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Chris. Sorry.
Yeah, Chris, no.
Mr. Chris, no. Mr. Caston.
Gaston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Miss Ross.
Ross votes no.
Miss Ross, no. Miss Moore. Miss Moore.
Moore votes no.
Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee.
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Miss Wild.
Wild votes no.
Miss Wild, no. Miss Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Miss Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks.
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey.
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber.
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz.
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird.
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Miss Bice.
Miss Spice is a yes.
Miss Bice, yes. Miss Kim.
Kim votes yes.
Miss Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner, aye.
Mr. LaTurner, aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer.
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey.
LZI.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barrow. Miss Stevens. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no.
Have any members not been recorded? Any members like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. We now have Babin number 18. I'd like to ask the members to please state their name first when responding to the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson.
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren.
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Vera. Mr. Vera. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Cheryl.
No.
Ms. Cheryl, yay. Mr. Bowman. I apologize, Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman is no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry.
Stansberry is no.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman.
Sherman is a no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko? Mr. Tonko? Mr. Foster?
Foster votes no.
Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ?
Christ, no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston?
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Miss Ross?
Ross votes no.
Miss Ross, no. Miss Moore?
Moore votes no.
Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee, no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Miss Wild?
Wild is a no.
Miss Wild, no. Miss Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Miss Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas?
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
SSD conference call.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes.
All right, I don't mind.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, Mr. Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird?
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Miss Bice?
Miss Bice, yes.
Miss Bice, yes. Miss Kim?
Kim votes yes.
Miss Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Laturner?
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Albornotti?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Albornotti, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Bear? Miss Stevens? Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Jimenez?
Madam Chair, you're muted. You're still muted.
Sorry. Any members not recorded? Any members desiring to change their vote?
Webster is yay.
Mr. Webster, yay.
The clerk will report.
The noes, Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yays are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now is on the vice number 19 amendment. And I would ask that members please state their name first when responding to the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens, Ms. Cheryl,
No.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman,
Bowman is no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry,
This.
No.
So,
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman,
No.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney,
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko,
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster,
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross,
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer, Mr. Byer, Mr. Christ,
Christ votes no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston,
Gaston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb,
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Miss Ross,
Ross votes no.
Miss Ross, no. Miss Moore,
Moore votes no.
Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildee,
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Miss Wild, Miss Wild,
Wild votes no.
Miss Wild, no. Miss Fletcher,
Fletcher votes no.
Well,
Miss Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas,
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks,
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey,
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber, Mr. Weber, Mr. Babin,
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz,
Waltz,
Mr. Waltz, I'm sorry.
Waltz says yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird,
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster,
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Miss Spice,
Miss Spice, yes.
Miss Spice, yes. Miss Kim,
Kim is yes.
Miss Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra,
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. Laturner,
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Abernalty,
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Abernalty, aye. Mr. Meyer,
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey,
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra, Miss Stevens, Mr. Byer, Mr. Weber,
Mr. Weber votes aye.
Mr. Weber, aye. Mr. Jimenez,
Any members not recorded? Would any members like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 20, the yeas are 17.
Amendments not adopted. We now have before us Ms. Bice, number 20 amendment. I'd ask all members to please state their name first when responding to the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson,
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren,
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici,
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra, Mr. Barra, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Cheryl,
No.
Colleagues on the left are really pushing.
I'm sorry,
And the
Ms. Cheryl,
concept's there. It's just-
Cheryl's no.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman,
It
Mr. Bowman is no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry? Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman?
No.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster?
Foster, no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross? Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Mr. Christ?
Christ, no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston?
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee, no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas?
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Gonzalez, yes.
Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird?
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice?
Ms. Spice, aye.
Ms. Bice, aye. Ms. Kim?
Miss yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. LaTurner?
LaTurner, aye.
Mr. LaTurner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Abernathy?
Abernathy, aye.
Mr. Abernathy, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye.
No, I'll drive.
Mr. Barra? Ms.
So
Stevens?
what am I supposed to do or say?
Ms. Stevens?
There's teleprompter.
Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Jimenez?
Any members not recorded?
Charlie Crist, how am I recorded?
You're not recorded.
Crist votes no.
Mr. Christ, no.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's Representative Tonko. I vote no.
Mr. Tonko?
Anyone else? Sorry. Go ahead.
Tonko, no.
Anyone else wishing to be recorded? Did I hear someone? Any members like to change your vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. We now have, the question is on the Kim Amendment number 23. I'd like to ask members to please state your name when you cast your vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson,
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren.
Lofgren votes no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Bear. Mr. Bear. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Cheryl.
Cheryl, no.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry.
Nay. Ms. Stansberry. No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman.
No.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonto votes no.
All right.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster.
Foster, no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer.
Hang on.
Mr. Byer. Mr. Christ.
Chris votes no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston.
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore. Mr. Kildee.
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks.
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey.
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber.
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz.
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird.
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Spice.
Ms. Spice, yes.
Ms. Spice, yes. Ms. Kim.
Kim votes yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. Latourner.
Latourner, aye.
Mr. Latourner, aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer.
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey.
LZI.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra. Ms. Stevens. Mr. Byer. Ms. Moore. Mr. Webster.
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Jimenez.
Any members not recorded?
See Mr. Byer. Ask Mr. Byer how he's recorded.
Mr. Byer, how did you vote?
I voted no, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any members like to change their vote? Clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 20, the yeas are 17.
The amendment's not adopted. Amendment number 26 by Mr. Barrett. I'd like to ask members to please state their names before you vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson.
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren.
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Ms. Stevens. Miss Cheryl.
No.
Mr. Bowman.
No.
Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman.
No.
Someone needs to move.
Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer.
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ.
Chris votes no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston.
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore.
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Kildee.
Kildee no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks.
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey.
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber.
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin.
Mr. Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz.
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird. Mr. Baird. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice.
Ms. Spice, aye.
Ms. Bice, aye. Ms. Kim.
Kim votes aye.
Ms. Kim, aye. Mr. Feenstra.
Mr. Yes.
Feenstra, yes. Mr. LaTurner.
LaTurner, aye.
Mr. LaTurner, aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Meyer.
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey.
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Bear. Ms. Stevens. Mr. Waltz.
Waltz is aye.
Mr. Baird. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye.
Any members not recorded?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Mr. Tonko. How am I recorded, please?
Mr. Tonko, you voted no.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Representative Baird. Vote yes.
Mr. Baird, yes.
Anyone else needing to be recorded?
This is Representative Stansberry. Is my vote recorded?
Yes, Ms. Stansberry, you are, no.
Good. Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Anyone like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. We now have Amendment 27 by Congressman Feastres. Members, please call your name before you call your vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Cheryl?
No.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman?
No.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry?
17, and the nays are 25.
Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman?
No.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. Perlmutter? Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster? Mr. Foster? Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Mr. Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ?
Chris, no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston?
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas?
Mr. Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Yes. Brooks.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird? Mr. Baird? Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, yay.
Mr. Garcia, yay. Ms. Bice?
Ms. Spice, aye.
Ms. Bice, aye. Ms. Kim? Ms. Kim? Mr. Feenstra?
Kim votes aye, sorry.
Ms. Kim, aye. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. LaTurner?
LaTurner, aye.
Mr. LaTurner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes aye.
Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. Foster?
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no.
Oops, I got to change my vote.
Mr. Perlmutter,
Perlmutter would like to change his vote to no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. Baird, Mr. Jimenez,
It is, yeah.
Okay, I think we're.
No.
Anyone not recorded?
Mr. Christ, how am I recorded?
Yes. Representative Baird votes yes.
Mr. Christ, you voted no. Mr. Baird, yes.
Great. Thank you.
Anyone like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. Amendment 28 by Lucas. I'd ask the members to please state their name first before voting. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson.
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren.
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Ms. Stevens.
Are you feel ready for this?
Just one second. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Sherrill. No. Ms. Sherrill, no. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman, no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman.
Sherman, no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer.
Byer, no. Thank you.
Byer, no. Mr. Christ.
Christ, no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston.
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross.
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore.
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Kildee. Mr. Kildee. Ms. Wild.
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks.
Brooks, yes. Sorry, I
Miss-
couldn't get it unmuted.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey.
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber.
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz.
Waltz.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird.
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Miss Spice.
Ms. Spice, yes.
Spice, yes. Miss Kim.
Kim is yes.
Miss Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Laturner.
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer.
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey.
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra. Ms. Stevens. Mr. Kildy.
Kildy votes no.
Mr. Kildy, no. Mr. Webster.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Jimenez.
Any members not recorded? Any members want to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. The question is on amendment number 29 by Mr. Babin. I'd like to ask all the members to please state their name when they're responding to the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson.
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren.
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici.
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra. Mr. Barra. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Stevens. Ms. Cheryl.
Cheryl, yes.
Ms. Cheryl, yes. Mr. Bowman.
Mr. Bowman, yes.
Mr. Bowman, yes.
Webster votes yay.
Ms. Stansberry.
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman.
Sherman, no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter.
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster.
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no.
No.
Mr. Norcross.
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer. Mr. Christ.
Christ, no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston.
Gaston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr.
Hi,
Lamb.
this is Bowman. I need to change my vote to a no. Sorry.
Mr. Bowman, no. Mr. Lamb.
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Miss Ross.
Ross votes no.
Miss Ross, no. Miss Moore.
Moore votes no.
Miss Moore, no. Mr. Kildy.
Kildy votes no.
Mr. Kildy, no. Miss Wild.
Wild votes no.
Miss Wild, no. Miss Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Miss Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas.
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks.
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey.
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber.
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin.
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr.
yes. Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz.
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird.
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice.
Ms. Spice, yes.
Ms. Bice, yes. Ms. Kim.
Kim votes yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra.
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. Latourner?
Latourner, aye.
Mr. Latourner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Mr. Byer?
Mr. Byer, no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Jimenez?
I heard Mr. Webster vote a while ago. I think he voted the first time around.
Any members not recorded? Any members would like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson? The noes are 20, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now is on amendment number 30. Mr. Bice, I'd like to ask the members to please state their names first when responding to the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson? No. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren? No. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici? No. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Sherrill?
No.
Ms. Sherrill, no. Mr. Bowman?
No.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman?
Sherman, no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster?
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ?
Christ, no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston?
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no.
Wild, no.
Ms. Fletcher? Ms. Fletcher? Mr. Lucas?
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz?
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird?
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster,
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice? Ms. Bice?
Ms. Spice votes aye.
Ms. Bice, aye. Ms. Kim?
Kim votes aye.
Ms. Kim, aye. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. Laturner?
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens?
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Ms. Moore?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore, no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Jimenez?
Any members not recorded? Any member would like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. The question now is on Amendment 32 by Mr. Garcia. I'd like to ask the members to please state your name before you, as you are responding to the roll, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson? No. Ms. Lofgren?
No.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici votes no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Bear? Mr. Bear? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Sherrill?
No.
Ms. Sherrill? No. Mr. Bowman?
No.
Mr. Bowman? No. Ms. Stansberry? Ms. Stansberry?
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry? No. Mr. Sherman?
Sherman, no.
Mr. Sherman? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney? No. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko? No. Mr. Foster?
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster? No. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross? No. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer? No. Mr. Christ?
Christ, no.
Mr. Christ? No. Mr. Caston?
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston? No. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb? No. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore? No. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee? No. Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild? No. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher? No. Mr. Lucas?
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey?
Posey votes yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Yes, Babbitt.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz? Mr. Waltz, Mr. Baird, Mr. Baird, Mr. Webster,
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia,
Garcia, yay.
Mr. Garcia, yay. Ms. Bice, Ms. Bice,
Ms. Bice votes aye.
Ms. Bice, aye. Ms. Kim,
Kim votes yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra,
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. Laturner,
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Obernolte,
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer,
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey,
Elsie, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra, Ms. Stevens, Mr. Waltz,
Waltz, aye.
Mr. Waltz, aye. Mr. Baird,
Baird, aye.
Mr. Baird, aye. Mr. Jimenez,
All members reported. Anyone like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. Our next amendment is number 33 by Mr. Gonzalez. I'd like to ask all members to please state their name when they cast their vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson,
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren,
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici,
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra, Mr. Barra, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Cheryl,
Yes.
Ms. Cheryl, yes. Mr. Bowman,
No.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry,
He's on that.
Stansbury is no.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman,
Sherman's a yes.
Mr. Sherman, yes. Mr. Perlmutter,
I think Perlmutter's a no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney,
McNerney is no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Taco,
Taco votes no.
Mr. Taco, no. Mr. Foster,
Foster is no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross,
Norcross is no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer,
Mr. Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Christ,
Christ, yes.
Mr. Christ, yes. Mr. Caston,
Caston, no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb,
Lamb, no.
Lamb, no. Ms. Ross,
Ross is no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore,
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore, no. Ms. Kildee,
Kildee
I mean,
votes no.
Mr. Kildee.
Kildee
Mr.
votes
Kildee,
no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild,
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher,
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas,
Lucas, yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks,
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey,
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber, Mr. Weber, Mr. Babin,
Mr. Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Waltz?
You skipped
Waltz, yes.
Gonzalez. You skipped Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird? Mr. Baird? Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice?
Miss Spice, yes.
Ms. Bice, yes. Ms. Kim?
Kim votes yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, aye.
Mr. Feenstra, aye. Mr. Laturner?
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Abernathy?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Abernathy, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Vera? Ms. Stevens?
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Was that Mr. Weber or Webster?
It was Webster. So Brooks say something and he turned his mic on.
Mr. Weber? Mr. Baird?
Yes. Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Jimenez?
Webster votes yay.
All members recorded. Any members would like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 18, the yeas are 19.
The motion was adopted. The next amendment is number 34. Mr. Obernolte. I would ask the members again to please call your name as you cast your vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson? No. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren? No. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici? No. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens?
Mr. Webster votes yay.
Ms. Sherrill? Ms. Sherrill? Mr. Bowman?
Mr. Bowman votes no.
Mr. Bowman? No. Ms. Stansberry?
Stansberry is a no.
Ms. Stansberry? No. Mr. Sherman?
Sherman's a no.
Mr. Sherman? No. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter? No. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney? No. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko? No. Mr. Foster?
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster? No. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross? No. Mr. Byer?
Meyer votes no.
Mr. Byer? No. Mr. Christ?
Chris, no.
Mr. Christ? No. Mr. Caston?
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston? No. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb? No. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross? No. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore? No. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild?
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas?
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey,
Mr.
yes.
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Weber?
Weber votes yes.
Did you get that?
Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin votes yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird? Mr. Baird? Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice?
Ms. Spice, yes.
Ms. Bice, yes. Ms. Kim?
Kim is yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. LaTurner?
LaTurner, aye.
Mr. LaTurner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
LZI.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Mr. Baird? Mr. Webster? Mr. Jimenez?
Madam Chair, how am I recorded? This is Representative Cheryl.
Ms. Cheryl, you're not recorded.
Cheryl's no.
Ms. Cheryl, no.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded? This is Representative Baird.
Have Mr. Baird vote.
Mr.
He didn't get.
Mr. Baird, you're not recorded.
Baird is A.
Mr.
Baird is
Baird?
aye.
Mr. Baird, aye.
Ma'am, I think you didn't hear Mr. Webster again. He voted aye. I heard that.
Yeah, but he's voting when it isn't his turn. That's the problem. So there's something wrong with his mic.
Well, I heard him say aye.
Yeah, he did. He did about 3 times, but not when he was called on. So that's all I'm saying.
All right.
Just 2 more.
If you want to ask Mr. Webster if he wants to vote, he's on camera.
Mr. Webster, did you vote?
No, I want to vote yes, though. Vote
Okay.
yes.
Mr. Webster, yes.
Okay. Clerk will vote.
Anyone else wishing to vote? Anyone want to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 21, the yeas are 17.
The amendment's not adopted. The 35th amendment by Mr. Walsh is the question before us, and I'd like to ask each member to state your name when responding to the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Bear? Mr. Bear, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Cheryl,
Cheryl, no.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman,
Mr. Bowman, no.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry,
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman,
Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter,
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney,
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko,
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster,
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross,
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer, Mr. Byer, Mr. Christ,
Mr. Chris votes no.
Mr. Christ, no. Mr. Caston,
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb,
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross,
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore, Ms. Moore, Mr. Kildee,
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild,
Wild votes no.
Ms. Wild, no. Ms. Fletcher,
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher, no. Mr. Lucas,
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks,
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey,
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber,
Weber, yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin,
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez,
Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz,
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird, Mr. Baird, Mr. Webster,
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia,
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice,
Miss Bice, yes.
Ms. Bice, yes. Ms. Kim,
Kim votes yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra,
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. Laturner,
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Jimenez, Mr. Obernolte, Mr. Obernolte,
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer,
Meyer, aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey,
LZI.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra, Ms. Stevens, Mr. Byer, Ms. Moore,
Fire votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Ms. Moore, Mr. Baird,
Baird, aye.
Mr. Baird, aye. Mr. Jimenez,
Is all members recorded? Anyone like to change their vote? The clerk will report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the noes are 20, the yeas are 17.
The amendment is not adopted. This is our last amendment, and then we'll have the final vote. The question is on the Weber amendment, amendment number 36. I'd like to ask each member to please state your name when you are responding to the roll call. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairwoman Johnson?
No.
Chairwoman Johnson, no. Ms. Lofgren?
Lofgren, no.
Ms. Lofgren, no. Ms. Bonamici?
Bonamici, no.
Ms. Bonamici, no. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Cheryl?
No.
Ms. Cheryl, no. Mr. Bowman? Mr. Bowman?
No.
Mr. Bowman, no. Ms. Stansberry?
Stansberry votes no.
Ms. Stansberry, no. Mr. Sherman?
Sherman votes no.
Mr. Sherman, no. Mr. Perlmutter?
Perlmutter votes no.
Mr. Perlmutter, no. Mr. McNerney?
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney, no. Mr. Tonko?
Tackle votes no.
Mr. Tonko, no. Mr. Foster?
Foster votes no.
Mr. Foster, no. Mr. Norcross?
Norcross votes no.
Mr. Norcross, no. Mr. Byer?
Meyer votes no.
Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Chris?
Chris votes no.
Mr. Chris, no. Mr. Caston?
Caston votes no.
Mr. Caston, no. Mr. Lamb?
Lamb, no.
Mr. Lamb, no. Ms. Ross?
Ross votes no.
Ms. Ross, no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee, no. Ms. Wild? Ms. Wild? Ms. Fletcher?
Fletcher votes yes.
Ms. Fletcher, yes. Mr. Lucas?
Lucas votes yes.
Mr. Lucas, yes. Mr. Brooks?
Brooks, yes.
Mr. Brooks, yes. Mr. Posey?
Posey, yes.
Mr. Posey, yes. Mr. Weber?
Weber votes yes.
Mr. Weber, yes. Mr. Babin?
Babin, yes.
Mr. Babin, yes. Mr. Gonzalez?
Gonzalez, yes.
Mr. Gonzalez, yes. Mr. Waltz?
Waltz, yes.
Mr. Waltz, yes. Mr. Baird?
Baird, yes.
Mr. Baird, yes. Mr. Webster?
Webster votes yay.
Mr. Webster, yay. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia, yes.
Mr. Garcia, yes. Ms. Bice?
Ms. Spice, yes.
Ms. Bice, yes. Ms. Kim?
Kim is yes.
Ms. Kim, yes. Mr. Feenstra?
Feenstra, yes.
Mr. Feenstra, yes. Mr. Laturner?
Laturner, aye.
Mr. Laturner, aye. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte, aye. Mr. Meyer?
Meyer, aye.
Mr. Meyer, aye. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, aye.
Mr. Elzey, aye. Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Ms. Wild? Mr. Jimenez?
Sorry, Wild is a no.
Wild, Ms. Wild, no?
Correct.
Any members not recorded? Any members wishing to change your vote? The clerk will report.
Ms. Johnson, the noes are 20, the yeas are 18.
The amendment's not adopted. We will now vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. The vote occurs on the amendment. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay.
Aye.
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 No.
Hey.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I made the mistake. I should have said, all those voting aye, say aye.
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 Those voting no, say no.
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 The ayes have it, and the bill is reported. Wait a minute.
The amendment is agreed to.
I'm sorry, the amendment is agreed to.
John says this is last vote.
No, one vote.
Am I missing something?
You good.
I thought somebody said something.
We have one more vote, Chairman.
One more.
That was practice.
Okay, a reporting for being present, I move that the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology do now transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying materials, including additional, supplementary, minority, or dissenting views to the House Committee on Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive.
Well, you did put your car.
Oops.
Mo, you're not muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see, where was I? Included in section 2002 are the concurrent resolution on the budget for the fiscal year of 2022, the Senate concurrent resolution 14, and consistent with section 310 of the Congressional Budget Impoundment Control Act of 1974. Those in favor of the motion will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes have it. And the print is favorably transmitted.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
There's been a request for recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mrs. Radowagen.
Somebody is
Mute.
unmuted.
Votes aye. Mr. Leisure Fernandez.
There's another committee on, so could somebody please mute?
Mr. Webster.
Chairwoman
Just
Johnson,
House rule.
Chairwoman Johnson,
Aye.
Chairwoman Johnson, aye. Ms. Lofgren,
Lofgren is aye.
Ms. Lofgren, aye. Ms. Bonamici,
Bonamici is aye.
Ms. Bonamici, aye. Mr. Barra, Mr. Barra, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Cheryl,
Aye.
Ms. Cheryl, aye. Mr. Bowman,
Aye.
Mr. Bowman, aye. Ms. Stansberry, Ms. Stansberry, Mr.
Aye. Mr. Roosevelt.
Ms. Stansberry, aye. Mr. Sherman,
Aye.
Mr. Sherman, aye. Mr. Perlmutter,
Perlmutter votes aye, and as a point of information, with 38 of us voting, each one of these votes takes on average 5 minutes. But I vote aye.
Mr. Perlmutter, aye. Mr. McNerney,
Aye.
Mr. McNerney, aye. Mr. Taco,
Taco votes aye.
Mr. Taco, aye. Mr. Foster,
Foster votes aye.
Mr. Foster, aye. Mr. Norcross,
Norcross votes aye.
Mr. Norcross, aye. Mr. Byer,
Mr. Byer votes aye.
Mr. Byer, aye. Mr. Christ,
Chris votes aye.
Mr. Christ, aye. Mr. Caston,
Caston votes aye.
Mr. Caston, aye. Mr. Lamb,
Lamb, aye.
Mr. Lamb, aye. Ms. Ross,
Ross votes aye.
Ms. Ross, aye. Ms. Moore,
Moore votes aye.
Ms. Moore, aye. Mr. Kildee,
Kildee votes aye.
Mr. Kildee, aye. Ms. Wild,
Wild votes aye.
Ms. Wild, aye. Ms. Fletcher,
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher, aye. Mr. Lucas,
Lucas, no.
Mr. Lucas, no. Mr. Brooks,
Brooks, no.
Mr. Brooks, no. Mr. Posey,
Posey, no.
Mr. Posey, no. Mr. Weber,
Weber, no.
Mr. Weber, no. Mr. Babin,
Evan, no.
Mr. Babin, no. Mr. Gonzalez,
Gonzalez, no.
Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Waltz,
Waltz, no.
Mr. Waltz, no. Mr. Baird,
If you have a large.
Baird, no.
Mr. Baird, no. Mr. Webster,
Webster, nay.
Mr. Webster, nay. Mr. Garcia,
Garcia, no.
Mr. Garcia, no. Ms. Bice,
Ms. Spice, no.
Ms. Bice, no. Ms. Young, Ms. Kim,
Kim is no.
Ms. Kim, no. Mr. Feenstra,
Feenstra, no.
Mr. Feenstra, no. Mr. Latourner?
Latourner, no.
Mr. Latourner, no. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte, no. Mr. Meyer?
Meyer, no.
Mr. Meyer, no. Mr. Elzey?
Elzey, no.
Mr. Elzey, no. Mr. Barra? Ms. Stevens? Mr. Jimenez?
Clerk, you can tell her the report.
Clerk report.
Chairwoman Johnson, the yeas are 21, the nays are 17.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. And I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make any necessary technical and conforming changes to the print. And without objection, so ordered. Members will have 2 subsequent calendar days in which to submit supplemental, a minority, or additional views on this measure. And I want to thank all of the members for being present and participating. And thank you for your attendance. And this concludes the markup. Believe it or not, the committee is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam Chair.